Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Tony Lipsey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, cheers, chappers. What a magic moment that was. We're less than a mile away from that arena in the BBC Cafe, as we like to call it here, and don't think they weren't celebrating here. The cheers reverberated. The quiche Lorraines were flying behind the counter. The waiting staff weren't delivering our coffee while they were watching that, I can tell you. Anyway, away from the French judo success, let's have a look at Team GB. They've won 3 gold medals today, the latest in the team show jumping.
He's done it! Olympic gold in the show jumping for Great Britain. What a stunning round from Scott Brash.
That's one, count 'em. There's also success in the women's trampoline.
Gold for Bryony Page. It's a gold medal in the trampolining. She has done it. She has completed the set.
Un, deux, and trois came in the rowing in the women's lightweight double sculls.
The finish line in sight. They look left and right. They cross the line. Olympic champions. Imogen Grant and Emily Craig win gold.
Yeah, it's been a great day. There's also been a silver in the rowing for the men's pair and a bronze in the men's 3-metre synchro diving. In this next part of the show, for an hour and a half or so, we'll hear from all the winners. I've interviewed the divers myself, so you'll hear that a little bit later on. As you know, we'll bring you every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live and a few French ones. You can follow on the BBC Sport website or watch on BBC One and the iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Tony Lipsey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Whoa, we need to get our breath back, I think, after that. Victoria Pendleton is with me here in the cafe. I could list everything she's won in her life, but that'd be an hour and a half gone. Right there, a bag full of medals from the Olympics, the Worlds, the Europeans, the Commonwealths. Have I named everything there, Vic?
Yeah.
I think we've got everything in there. Just to go back to the French judo for a moment, we were entranced watching that, weren't we, before we talk about Team GB? What a magic moment that was. That's what the games are so good at.
And delivering on a final performance in front of a home crowd, nothing is better than that. I mean, if there was a way to experience just a second of that for yourself, I'd pay a lot of money, quite frankly, because you can't even top that. You can't top it. You can't describe it. You can't top it.
Well, you've been closer than we have.
Yes.
You've been right there. I've got loads to talk to you about, not least all the achievements today for Team GB. But just for you, just a question about yourself before we go to the news. How do you find it, having been at the top of the world, and now you sit where we are with a pair of headphones on? Does it come anywhere near competing?
No, thankfully. I don't need any of that nerve and anxiety anymore. Thank you very much. No, I'm very happy to be quite distant. I feel quite distanced from sport now and be able to enjoy it as a spectator again and enjoy it and sort of have a sense of feeling of what they must be experiencing, but very much enjoy sport for what it is.
Yeah, and I know you came here earlier on. You're off to the BMXing, I think, tonight.
Yes, BMX.
Then the velodrome all kicks into gear. But your spiritual home are the horsey events.
Oh, I love watching the horses.
And you've been lapping up on Laura, who's working with us. You've been lapping up on her phone the team show jumping today.
So good. I mean, I think if you are someone who's able to ride a horse, you've had that experience before, and you realise how difficult it is and how effortless they make it look, as in all professional sport. But you're dealing with a live animal, and they're kind of moving with such precision and pace. They're going in fast to those huge jumps and sort of elegantly landing, and they're already counting how many strides before the next fence, and it's all very, very precise. It's astonishing to watch. It was brilliant.
Well, look, we've loads to talk about. Victoria Pendleton's with me for the next hour and a half or so before Kelly takes over. I'm glad to say the waiting staff here at the cafe have begun to serve again after that hiatus for the French judo. We'll break now, forget the 5 Live news. So go back to Salford. Here's Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Tony. Good afternoon. The National Police Chiefs Council says extra officers will be on the streets this weekend following the rioting in Southport, Hartlepool and London. Violence followed false claims that the suspect in the Southport stabbings was an Islamist migrant. Police say that Axel Rudakabana was born in Britain. Analysis by the BBC has given some insight into just how the far right is organising across the UK. I've been speaking to our Home Affairs correspondent, Dominic Casciani.
Contrary to what a lot of people think, that there may be one single guiding hand behind this, like one far-right organisation, for example, it's much more complicated than that. So when the Southport incident happened, Merseyside police referred to the English Defence League. But to be frank, the EDL, while there are people out there who describe themselves as EDL supporters or sympathisers and sign up to its pretty virulent racist views, it doesn't really exist as an organisation. It hasn't been so for many, many years, almost about a decade really. But what's left behind is a complicated network of small far-right organisations and social media influencers. Now, when we looked at Southport specifically, what we saw was the idea of a protest in Southport seemed to have been seeded in two places. First of all, on Telegram, a messaging app which is used by lots of people on the far right, and that was where a group was set up called Southport Wake Up, and that calls for protests pretty early on this week. And then secondly, there was stuff being published on TikTok calling people to come to the area using the hashtag enough is enough. Now, here's the important bit though. Once the idea is seeded, it then relies on social media influencers on the far right to actually pick it up and then further augment it. And what the BBC saw was a number of key figures picking up on the idea, promoting it to their supporters. So one of those is Stephen Yaxley Lennon, who goes by the alias Tommy Robinson. He was the founder of the EDL. He's currently on the run outside of the UK from a court case. He's been promoting the protests in Southport. He has such a large following on the Twitter X platform alone that he has about 800,000 followers. His tweets about this were pretty widely promoted and so on. Once the idea is out there, then it then goes back down to a local level. And what researchers at Hope Not Hate, an anti-racism research group, found is a smattering of local Facebook groups where local networks of people who know each other very well are then self-organising on the ground and trying to get protests going. Where that leaves us, though, is in a complicated position this weekend because the police are clearly very concerned at the possibility of disorder into this weekend and are making plans to make sure that doesn't happen.
Nevertheless, though, given the disparate nature of this sort of organisation with so many different people in so many different online platforms, it does present a very, very key challenge for the police, doesn't it?
It really does, and that's why the police have been trying to change a lot of their tactics in monitoring in recent years. They've learned a lot from counter-terrorism, where there was a lot of work done over the last 20 years trying to work out how to monitor extreme Islamist jihadist groups and how they were organising online. And a lot of that is now feeding into how to monitor the far right as well. I think another interesting thing about this as well is how the Prime Minister responded last night after meeting police chiefs. Now, he's very clear. He's not proposing new laws here, but he's basically saying to them, look, we will help you to learn the lessons from how you've dealt with football hooliganism. Now, the reason why that's important is because anybody who goes to football matches will have seen police officers outside grounds filming potential suspected troublemakers to try to keep them out of the grounds and keep it the fun sport we all love. But what happens with that information is passed between forces to try and monitor the movements of the would-be troublemakers. That kind of approach hasn't necessarily been fully applied to the far right, even though they are mobile in a very similar way and have some crossovers with football hooliganism. And what the Prime Minister was yesterday saying is we can use those powers and that approach, the intelligence gathering dynamically on the ground, sharing that intelligence to pass information around. And that means that potentially police forces who think they've got a far right protest coming their way can then readily prepare for it and effectively be on the ground for when literally the boots come off the train or the coach.
Our Home Affairs correspondent Dominic Casciani speaking to me a little earlier. Now, a black female soldier who was the face of British Army recruitment campaigns has spoken about years of racist abuse and bullying. Kerry Ann Knight, who's 33, took her case to an employment tribunal and accepted a substantial settlement from the Ministry of Defence last month. For the next minute, we're about to hear Kerry Ann describe details of the racist abuse, which some people could find distressing.
For some reason, I thought someone in uniform was going to be professional, and I was very excited to be a part of that and just creating my own family within the army. They'd have Django Unchained playing. They would repeat the most, say, racist lines, and then they'd chuckle. They spoke outright in the office about lynching me. simply because I'd put in a complaint, and it was suggested for me to be tar and feathered. When they tried to paint out as if I was a aggressive black woman, that was extremely tough. But if it wasn't for those individuals who supported me, whether secretly or publicly, I would have been broken.
Mrs. Knight and the MOD settled before a final judgment was made after the Army agreed to making a public apology. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale has the details.
Earlier this year, Kerry-Ann took a case to an employment tribunal. The Army contested it, but as the evidence mounted, it backed down and issued an apology. It said it accepted Mrs. Knight had to work in an environment where she experienced racist and sexist harassment. It admitted the Army'd failed her. In a separate statement, the MOD said it had settled the claim with no admission of liability.
The Culture Secretary has told 5 Live the BBC has questions to answer about whether it properly investigated complaints by whistleblowers about Hugh Edwards. The former BBC presenter pleaded guilty on Wednesday to 3 counts of making indecent images of children. When he was arrested in November 2023, the BBC knew he was being accused of offences relating to child abuse images. Lisa Nandy has been speaking to Adrian Chiles.
I had a very frank and robust discussion with the Director General yesterday. There are obviously outstanding questions that many people in the public are asking, both about what the BBC knew and when, why it took the decisions that it took. There are clearly concerns about the use of taxpayers' money. And my concern, as is the BBC's board, is to make sure that the public can have confidence in their public service broadcaster. We talked about some of those issues. He was very forthcoming in answering a number of those questions, but recognised that there is much more work to do. I particularly wanted to urge the BBC to make sure that they're out in the public domain, putting as much emphasis on communicating with the public and answering some of those questions as they possibly can. Obviously, there are some limits to that. There are individuals involved and there are victims here as well. But he made a good start yesterday in going out and answering some of those questions. There is more work to do. He's agreed to come back to me on some of the outstanding questions that I have. And we will work together to make sure that the public can have full confidence in the BBC.
But you are sort of implying that he should have at least considered, bluntly, breaking employment law and pension law in taking money from Hugh Edwards, which, much as we all might like to do, if it's against the law, it's against the law. You can't run roughshod over it just because it suits you.
No, well, obviously, as a Labour Member of Parliament, I wouldn't support breaking employment law, and the BBC would find itself liable should they do so. There are questions, though, that many people have asked about whistleblowers, for example, and whether those complaints were investigated at the time, whether that full investigation has been done, what has been learnt for the future. There are questions about the contractual arrangements that the BBC has, and whether it's appropriate if people are suspended, particularly once they've been arrested, to continue to receive not just full pay, but also to see an uplift in that pay, and whether there's anything that can be done to change that situation in this case, but also in the future. These are questions that we have a duty to explore. The BBC is funded by the licence fee. People who don't have a huge amount of money right now digging into their pockets to make sure that our national broadcaster can not just survive but thrive. That's what I want to see as well. I'm a supporter of the BBC, but this is one of the most serious crimes that can possibly be committed, and it's important that we're open and transparent about that, and that we provide those answers and those reassurances so that people can have confidence in the BBC going forwards.
The Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy speaking to Adrian Chiles on 5 Live earlier today. Now, the Kremlin's admitted that the hitman Vadim Krasikov, who was released from a German prison as part of a major prisoner swap, was a Russian agent with the FSB security service. Krasikov was serving a life sentence but was returned to Moscow last night, along with 7 other Russian prisoners and 2 of their children. Danny Aberhard reports.
Vadim Krasikov shot dead a former Chechen rebel commander, Zelimkhan Khangoshvili, in broad daylight in a park in the German capital, Berlin, in 2019. A court ruled that the Russian state had ordered the killing, despite Moscow's denials. Krasikov's release has caused deep discomfort in Germany. Khangoshvili's relatives said they weren't consulted and that they were very disappointed that there seemed to be no law in the world. Separately, the Kremlin has said the 2 children who were returned overnight hadn't known they were Russian until they were on the plane and don't even speak Russian. Their parents were convicted in Slovenia of spying under assumed Argentine identities.
The 3 Americans who were freed in the deal with Russia are now back in the United States. Andrew Levy is a former British senior diplomat who was based in Moscow. He spoke to 5 Live earlier.
It's an unprecedented story in the post-Cold War era. The size of this exchange, it's something that we used to see, 30, 40 and longer years ago and haven't seen since. With any such exchange, we have the political dimension, the wider implications. You've got these amazing personal stories. And also there's the process. Is it like a spy movie, or what's it really like doing these things? And all those dimensions play in here. Basically, there was 16 came west, and 8 went east, plus 2 children of 2 of the ones who went east. An extraordinary story because they didn't realise they were Russian until they were put on the plane to go to Moscow. They were the children of deep cover spies in Slovenia who posed as Argentinians, and so the children speak Spanish, and Putin greeted them in Spanish on the tarmac at the airport in Turkey where the exchange took place. When the exchange took place in Turkey, he greeted them back in Moscow and he greeted them in Spanish. So there are amazing personal stories. There is a basic equation or inequality. Really, Putin's regime have effectively held hostage, despite their vigorous denials, a bunch of people who shouldn't have been in prison. And the most prominent chap, on the western side, was held in Germany. Vadim Kraskov, who was in life imprisonment for murdering a Chechen separatist in the park in Berlin. And that's been a very bitter pill to swallow, to let him go back to Russia.
That's Andrew Levy, a former British senior diplomat based in Moscow, talking about that prisoner transfer yesterday, the biggest since the end of the Cold War. We're back at the Olympics in a few minutes' time, but let's get a couple of other stories. Hundreds of mourners have been to funeral prayers for the Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Qatar. He was assassinated in Iran on Wednesday. His coffin's now been buried in a cemetery near the capital Doha. Hamas and Iran have both promised revenge on Israel, which has not confirmed that it carried out the attack. Our correspondent Orla Gurin is in Doha.
There were people who referred to Ismail Haniyeh as an inspiration. Now, of course, to many in the West, he would be seen as a supporter of terrorism, but to many here, he is a defender of an oppressed people. There was a lot of talk of revenge. One man on his way into the funeral prayers said, in relation to Israel, they are killing us, so we will kill them. We want revenge. It's a natural human instinct.
The BAFTA Film Awards will introduce their first new category for 5 years. Next February's ceremony will feature a prize for the best children's and family film, which the Academy says will help bring attention to the essential creative contributions of the children's media sector. Our entertainment correspondent Colin Patterson has this report.
I'm Lucy! Paddington, we're here!
At next year's BAFTA Film Awards, it could well be Paddington in Peru
Look up!
versus Despicable Me 4. There's a new category, Best Children's and Family Film, for movies with a U, PG or 12A certificate that have a specific intergenerational appeal.
I'm Envy! Oh, look at your hair!
Despite there already being a Best Animated Film category, they are also eligible for the new award, meaning Inside Out 2, which has become the highest grossing animated film of all time, could do the double.
Well, that's a preview of the next 10 years.
That's our entertainment correspondent Colin Patterson there. That's the news then. Janine Marsh has the travel.
Thanks, Richard. The M6 northbound. There was an earlier accident from junction 20 at Lymm and 21 Woolston. Traffic was held briefly. It has now reopened, but looking very slow. Northbound on the M5, 2 lanes currently closed for an accident just after junction 8 at the M50 interchange. On the M25 clockwise, 2 lanes are currently closed at junction 25 at Enfield. It's for a broken down vehicle, but an accident happened nearby as well, so that's causing long queues back to junction 23 at South Mims. Holiday traffic causing queues on the M5 southbound around junction 20 at Clevedon. As a result, it's tailing back to junction 15, that's the M4 interchange, and affecting traffic coming from the M49 as it joins the M5. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
Welcome to the Tooney and Russo Show in Ibiza! I'm here with two of football's most famous friends, Alessia Russo and Ella Toon.
What do you mean I can't go on? This is what this holiday's been booked for. It's all about the big inflatable. You're telling me I can't go on? You're crushing my dream. I'm delirious. I had a big night last night.
It's nice to come out and have a bit of a holiday, isn't it?
From BBC 5 Live, the Tooney and Russo Show with me, Vic Hope.
Watch on YouTube and listen on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Tony Lipsey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our Parisian Cafe. We're going to nip to the athletics very shortly indeed, but it's worth saying another bonjour to my special guest here at my little bistro table here. Probably about 50 quid in B&Q, I would imagine, with a set of 4 chairs thrown in. Victoria Pennell is here. Hello, Victoria.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Triple Olympic medalist. And fair to say, from what I've seen of you watching everything that you can lay your eyes on around this table, Olympic superfan as well. That is fair to say.
I just love watching the Olympics. I think getting to see so many sports that you don't get to experience very often is a delight. And any medal ceremony, the emotion, you can feel it, you can sense it, and it's a joy to watch. Anybody fulfilling their dreams.
Yeah, you were telling us a great story, and I'll get it out of you in a sec, about some of the medal ceremonies you've been at when perhaps the crowd have decided it wasn't the main thing on the agenda to watch you get a medal round your neck, because that was touched on by, we were talking about the swimming earlier. We'll come back to that in a sec, but as promised, let's go to the Stade de France then for a little taste of the athletics. Watching for us is our commentator Kath Merriam, former GB athlete Ali Kirbisher. Hello, ladies.
Good
bonjour,
evening.
Bonjour.
Bonsoir, bonsoir.
Bonsoir, bonsoir. I'm coming to see you tomorrow, guys.
I know, we were just going to say that. When are you coming?
Yes, I'm there in the morning, so I shall see you then. I'm looking forward to it. Sounds like a good atmosphere.
It blew us away, didn't it, Kath, this morning?
It's amazing, guys, honestly. The first morning session, the athletes have waited patiently. 80,000 in Stade de France. It took 10 weeks to lay this new purple track here after the Rugby World Cup had finished last year, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. And tonight we have our first evening session. British athletes in action. The heats of the mixed 4x400 metre relay, 2 men and 2 women. Britain will be looking to qualify for the final in that. Potentially a couple of big names should be in the mix, Lavia Nielsen and Sam Reardon. But many people are looking forward to the heats of the women's 800 metres, Alison, because if you look at the world rankings, it is dominated by British women, including on the top, Keely Hodgkinson.
It's mad, isn't it? I mean, she is having a sensational year this year, Keely Hodgkinson. You know, this last 3 years, she's been in a whirlwind. A silver medal when many people had never even heard of her coming into Tokyo. And then it's just been this trio of women that have really held the 800 metre grasp. You know, Mary Morrow from Kenya, Athing Mo from America. Athing sadly didn't make it through the American trials this year, so it really is all about Keely versus Mary. She got the edge in Eugene earlier this year, beat Mary Morrow and looked supreme, and every race has just got better. A huge British record in London 2012 Stadium at the London Diamond League. First time she's ever ran there. Well, she had a taste of the raw, and she will step into Stade de France this evening. Having seen the British captain this morning, Josh Kerr, look so cool in qualifying, Keely will be wanting to do the same.
Yeah, Keely Hodgkinson, Gemma Reekie and 17-year-old Phoebe Gill, the youngest member of the British athletics team. Those three get going in the women's 800 metres. Scott Lincoln also goes in the shot qualifying this evening. On the track at the moment is the heats of the women's 5,000 metres, Tony. And that's interesting because the Dutch star, Sifan Hassan, is going for a triple here in Paris. The 5,000, the 10,000 and the marathon, Alison.
Yeah, well, somebody told her about the history of Paris and 1924 and the flying Finn. And she thought, Paavo Nurmi did 5. I'll go for 3. I mean, it is a ridiculous triple that she's going for. As you said, Kath, 5,000 on Monday night, as long as she gets through the heats here, the 10,000 on Friday and the marathon on Sunday.
Lots to look forward to, Tony. It's busy as you could expect.
You know, Steve Parry's been banging on about Leon Marchand, the French swimmer, how amazing it is. He's done the butterfly in the breaststroke. That kind of knocks that into a cocked hat, doesn't it? You two will be biased, I know that, but it doesn't half knock it up a notch, doesn't it, when the track and field starts at the Olympics?
Well, I can't, because I'm going to get the swimmers on my back, and Vicky that's with you right now as well, but I always say that. I always say it feels like it's the real Olympics when the athletics gets going, which is terrible, and I know it winds the swimmers up big time.
Well,
but LA, they're changing it. LA, they're switching it, and we're going to have the track in the first week and the swimming in the second week.
I tell you something, when you mentioned Vic, then she lowered her microphone with menace.
I'm sorry, Vic.
I may have said the wrong thing.
No, I love track and field.
Okay.
You know, I would love to have been a track and field athlete. I really would. I always enjoy watching it, and you know, it's such a pure form of the sport in so many ways, and very inspirational. I love it.
The sad thing is, though, Tony, we haven't really got the French stars that we've seen in this first week. The Marchand and and Teddy there. And sadly Kevin Mayer, who this whole program was built around the decathlon the first 2 days to finish tomorrow night for Kevin Mayer, and unfortunately he's withdrawn injured, so a real sad case for the fans here, but a lot of people here just fans of track and field, as you can hear in the background.
I was just going to say that they sound like an appreciative crowd. Right, I shall be back with you two later on. Just a quick admin question, because I might as well do it live on air. Do I need to bring a hat tomorrow? Are you sat in the shade or the sun?
Yep, sunglasses, hat,
I thought
50,
so, yeah.
Factor 50.
Yeah, okay, noted. Speak to you later. Kath and Ali there at the Stade de France. Well, we have mentioned that Team GB have done rather well today. They've won 3 gold medals. We said we'd hear from them. So we're going to bring you reaction from the winners between now and 6:30. That's when Kelly Cates will join us from the pool for the evening. So here's the first one. History was made earlier as Bryony Page won Britain's first ever trampoline gold. She improved on silver in Tokyo. It was an amazing performance at the Bercy Arena, where we've been having the gymnastics in recent days. She's been speaking to Betty Glover.
Bryony, we're stood here. You can hear the fans. Everyone's calling your name. What is going through your head right now?
I just feel so loved and supported. This is amazing, just having everyone kind of come to this side of the arena, and I kind of wish their support and congratulations, I guess. The competition I'm really happy with. I think I kind of made a mistake in the first routine, made up for it in the second, and then the final I just really wanted to get a better routine out of me, and I'm really glad I did.
I mean, didn't you just? You won that by a lot. What was going through your head when you were waiting to go? Because you had to go in 7th. That's a lot of waiting around and watching everybody.
Yeah, I was a bit confused because when we marched in, I marched in 2nd, so I thought maybe I was going to be up 2nd, so I was kind of prepared, and then it changed so I had a longer wait, so I think that worked in my favour because I had longer to prepare, get my heart rate at the right level, and just kind of when I stood on the trampoline, the scores were coming in from the other athletes. It even stood on the floor, I could hear this, and I could hear the scores. I wasn't able to watch the routines because I wanted to be in my own zone, but hearing the scores, I kind of knew that a medal was up for grabs if I just did kind of my normal routine, but I wanted to step it up and do the top end of my routine, and I almost got there, so I'm really happy with that. I could hear the crowd just before getting on and just wanted to use it for kind of focus, adrenaline, and getting the power and enjoyment out of the routine.
What a career you've had so far. Obviously you're 33. What a career you've had so far. Obviously, you're 33 years old now. You missed 2012. You won a medal in 2016. You won a bronze in 2020. But in between all of that, you've had so many ups and downs, injuries, obviously suffering with the twisties. So with all of that in mind, how much does this gold medal mean to you?
It hasn't sunk in at all, but I know it means so much, and I've gone through a lot, and I just love the sport. I'm just so glad I'm still able to compete in it, and to a level that I'm really happy with. So I absolutely loved this competition and the crowd and the support and flying through the sky. Essentially, I just jump up and down the trampoline, try and make it look good, and it's fun. It's an amazing thing to be part of. So I'm just glad I'm still able to be part of it.
You can finally add a gold medal to that collection. How long have you been dreaming of this moment?
I think, a long time. Even kind of before Rio, obviously. Rio for me was I just wanted to become an Olympian, but I knew I had the potential to potentially get onto the podium. So to do that, I've kind of been dreaming it for like the last 8 years. I hoped that I was able to get the gold in Tokyo, but missed out. So this kind of I appreciate each Olympic Games for their own, and this one is just very incredibly special, and especially that all my family were able to come and watch, or at least I was able to see them at the end on the athlete moments.
Yeah, have you got your parents here?
Yeah, they are somewhere. I don't know where they are, but they are somewhere.
Well, I'll let you go and see them. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant. What a moment. Betty Glover there speaking to Bryony Page, winning gold. She's now got the full set. She won bronze in Tokyo, silver in Rio. Gold today. Just to mark your card, if you were listening to 5 Live earlier, there's some amazing moments when the French national hero Teddy Riner won gold in the judo. Chappers is gone now after that for a lie down probably, but Bunsi and Julian have stayed for the national anthem and the medal ceremony. We're going to go live to that because that'll be an amazing moment, I think, when they belt out the Marseillaise. So we'll be there in just a second. But Victoria Pendleton is with me here in the cafe. Bryony Page, brilliant first gold medal. You've won 2 Olympic golds. What's she going through right now?
Well, I mean, it's the very pinnacle of a sport like trampolining, and the same for my sport, the total pinnacle. And, you know, being Olympic champion just gives you so many opportunities. And that's really important when you're not in a mainstream sport and you don't get many times to shine. So being able to shine and win a gold medal is something really special. I'm so happy for her, because obviously it's been a long time coming, perseverance, not in her first games, but she's obviously a very experienced athlete. She knows what she's doing, so yeah, fantastic to see.
And we're talking about taking the French medal ceremony. She had the medal ceremony. She'll have had the anthem, different from winning silver and bronze. What's that like when you hear the anthem?
Actually, you just have to say that. I don't know if you can see the hairs on my arms standing up on end there, but just the idea of listening to your national anthem is such a special and unique moment, and something you only dream of until that moment. And when it feels real, almost feel like a dream. And I hope she just absorbed every second of it.
Did you used to give it the full Pavarotti?
I used to sing, but quite quietly, just in case anyone sort of judged my voice, my singing voice.
Yeah. Okay, so semi-mime.
No, there was sound, just only a little bit.
We keep mentioning the judo medal that's coming up. It's going to go nuts in that arena there near the Eiffel Tower. You were just tell us a little story earlier, because Liam, who's twiddling the knobs for us today, was saying he was at the swimming arena when Léon Marchand, the other French hero, won multi-medals. They'd had his ceremony, and the winner of the 100 metres had to get his medal in a nearly empty arena. You've had similar.
I've been there before at the end of a medal ceremony stint. They've watched the key players, the home players, and then you're on there like, yeah, not so bothered about that. We'll just try and get out the car park quickly. So let's go, shall we? And an empty stadium, but it's still very meaningful. It's still a moment for you to enjoy, and your team will always stay and cheer you on.
Yeah, and you've always got that thing around your neck as well, which is useful. I was interestingly, I just want to mention your post-Olympic career and athletic career and cycling career and all that kind of thing, because you've tried your hand at a lot of things. You're squeezing the most out of life.
Oh yeah.
And the reason I mentioned that is because Bryony, I read an interview with her earlier on, and she, when she finishes all this business, wants to join the circus.
Oh wow!
Which I think is an incredible,
that's brilliant
ambition. But it does beg the question: once you've risen to the peak in a non, she ain't going to be rich for life, I guess, as a trampoline gold medalist. You've got to look at all your options.
Got to look at another job in a different avenue, and obviously that's a fantastic skill to have. I mean, very acrobatic, and I really love when you see shows where human performance is really brought to the very pinnacle. Cirque du Soleil, things like that. You see these wonderful athletes producing beautiful, impressive displays. It means that we get to enjoy her skills more.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
Great. Well, look, I've still got loads to talk to you about, Vic, but we can see in front of us the judo arena. Fanboys Julien Laurent and Bunsi are about to do a bit more hero worshipping. Guys, I can't wait for the great commentary earlier on. I cannot wait for this moment now to hear the French national anthem.
Fanboys and proud, Tony Livesey. Fanboys and proud, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Talk about, Victoria Pendleton was talking there about hearing the national anthem. Well, Big Teddy has heard it 21 times at Olympics and at Worlds and at Europeans, but it will never sound sweeter, it will never be more emotional than it's going to be here in a few minutes. Teddy's just reached up onto the platform. I've got to tell you this, Jules, when he wears white, he looks even bigger. 6'8", 19 stone. Look at the size of that man.
Incredible. What a legend of not just French sport, but sports in general. Olympic legend. 4th individual gold medal. for him in 5 Olympic Games. Just his moment tonight at 35-year-old for his last ever Olympics in his home city too, to do it here in Paris. President Macron is here, Zinedine Zidane is here, Tony Parker. They came because they knew this was a special day.
And we knew it would be a special day, but you still have to win. And he had those two earlier fights where he went to the golden score, which means in the 4 minutes of competition. And I'm not saying we were nervous, but it just shows how close we could be to, well, we would have left there 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very nervy start, but then in the semi-final and final with the 2 e-points, which is the best and most beautiful movement that you can have in judo.
Finish.
Yes, that's the finish. And to do it in the final with 15 seconds to go, when we just said he just had a warning, his opponent as well, because they were a little bit too passive, and then he pulled that out of the bag. Incredible.
And it seemed to me, watching it live, I mean, obviously there was that moment once it had finished, and it almost seemed like it was a few seconds before it sunk in, and then he went down on his knees, and the entire place, you and I were standing up hugging each other, the entire place was jumping and rocking and kissing and hugging. And if you stop time at that point, you look around, every single person is kissing and cuddling. What a moment, Jules.
Incredible. One of the greatest moments in French sports history. Everybody will remember what they did on this Friday, August 2nd, when Teddy Riner won his 4th gold medal on his last ever judo contest, because this is it after that. He retires. Tomorrow he will be in the team event. But I mean, on his own, this is it. And to finish like this.
Yeah, exactly. Where can you go after this?
You
can't. I mean, if you sat down with people, you're an expert in this sporting business. If me, you and Chappers and a few others sat down and we came up with the fairy tale ending to a career, we'd have this.
Yeah.
We'd have this. They're just about to award the silver medal to Min Jin Kim, who, by the way, was the #1 seed in the tournament. But that's because Teddy has avoided 1 or 2 tournaments this year.
Exactly. Yeah, to be ready. He trained a lot to be as sharp as possible, not traveling too much, not going away to Qatar or Uzbekistan for the world circuit if you want. Instead, staying in Marrakesh at home where he trains, and then in Paris where he's got other place and trainings.
In a second, you're going to hear a roar, because there's only one medal left to give out. There's only one medal that mattered, really, and I mean that. There's only one medal that mattered. So it seems the entire French nation, and that medal is about to be put around the neck. I'm assuming it's about a 21-inch neck of Mr. Teddy Riner. Let's put it that way. Let's see if we can hear a little bit.
Médaille d'or et champion olympique, gold medalist and Olympic champion, Teddy Riner.
Go on, Big Ted.
Incredible.
Jules has the biggest smile on his face. Chappers is to the left. Chappers is grinning as well. Every single one of us is grinning here. There it goes, the medal around his neck. Teddy hasn't held it yet. He'll do that. He's clapping, he's turning around, he's clapping to all areas, all 4 sides of the arena. He's lifted up the medal, and there's the obligatory kiss. It took him about 5 seconds to get that medal up to his mouth and to kiss it. Now I'm expecting tears, I'm expecting emotion. I'm also, and that's just from you, Jules, but I'm expecting Big Teddy. He's a big, open, emotional guy. We may have giant tears rolling down giant cheeks in every single seat in this arena. No one's sitting, by the way. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the anthem of France.
goals. That's the moment. That's the gold moment. That's the memory that we might just leave Paris with. That will be it. Big Teddy. Look at him. Loving it, celebrating it. Tony, sport doesn't get much better than what we've witnessed this afternoon, my friend.
Brilliant stuff. Victoria's hairs are still on end from the last thing I said to her. Mine have gone up now. That was an amazing Olympic moment. Also, I should just point out the closest we've come to requiring step ladders to get the medal round his neck as well. I felt sorry for the little fella trying to get up there. Julien, I mean, he's made for life now. This fella, isn't he? He'll never buy a beer in France again.
No, you're right. But we also said before we came here with Chappers and Bunsey that because in the UK you might not know who Teddy Riner is, which is fine, but he's a star, like a superstar here for us. He's as big as an Mbappe almost, and a Griezmann. Any footballers bigger than Marchand, bigger than Dupont. He can't walk in Paris without being mobbed. So this is why today felt so special, why Zidane is here and Tony Parker and the president too, and Bunsey and Chappers too. Bunsey and Chappers only come when it's really worth it.
When it's worth it. When it's the superstars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which I understand.
Yeah.
So I came along too to be a part of history. But it's history tonight, and this is why the Olympics are all about too, Tony. And you know that. And Teddy is 35 years old. This is his 5th Olympic. It's a 20-year career. And he's never been as happy as today, and this is probably his greatest ever victory.
It's the spirit, guys. You know better than me, but we're obviously Team GB focused here. But it's just seeing sport in excellence. That's, if you're a sports fan, that's why this means as much as anything else.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that I've had the privilege of since 1996 is seeing 20 or 30 of the greatest moments of sport during that nearly 30-year period. And today ranks right up there, very close to the top. I'm not quite sure what's been better than the afternoon I've had. It started off in a fancy restaurant where the two women next to me spent nearly €150 on a platter of seafood, which I said at the time looked like the set of The Little Mermaid, okay, which I thought was worth a bigger laugh. But hey ho, what do I know, Tony? Yeah. He's moving around now doing pictures. Big Teddy. He's not going anywhere. He'll be in this arena for another 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'll let you two go and get his autograph. I'm sure you've not asked for many in your lives. Julien, Bunsey and Chappers, if he's still there as well. Honestly, earlier on it was amazing radio, so thanks for that. It was brilliant stuff. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Cheers, boys. Wonderful stuff. They do a lovely thing, Vic, don't they, at these games? They give one of the medalists a camera, a special Olympic camera, and they take a selfie of everyone on the podium, which is a lovely touch. They also give them a box in which is a gold leaf version of the Olympic poster, I discover.
Okay.
Just a quick question to you. What did you get when you got your golds? Because you normally get a little gift, don't you, thrown in?
Yeah, I think it was mostly cuddly toys or flowers.
Right.
Yeah, none of which I have anymore. No. So sorry for that. Sorry about that.
I could tell by the look on your face.
I know, it was a bit like, uh-oh. Sorry.
All right, well, you've got the medals, I presume.
Yeah, they're the most important bit.
Good. Right, Victoria Pendleton's with me here in the cafe. Kelly Cates is on the way at 6:30 tonight. She's at the swimming. There's loads going on, though. In fact, Vic's off to the BMX later on, which we'll talk about shortly. Going to have a touch more athletics for you on the way, but we did say we'd get reaction from those 3 British golds today. We've already heard from Bryony Page, who won Britain's first ever trampolining gold. Well, a little bit earlier, I caught up with Anthony Harding and Jack Law, who earned bronze in the men's synchro 3-metre springboard. So I had a chat with them. First up, I was basically asked Jack how he was feeling.
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. It's been a long time coming, this Olympics. We've worked extremely hard this year. We've sacrificed a lot, and we've had some wonderful competitions, but some terrible ones as well. So we've been really up and down, and we've worked really hard on ourselves, both physically and mentally, to put ourselves on that rostrum today, and come away with a bronze medalist is honestly just a dream come true.
Yeah, it was great to see, and I feel a bit guilty now. Anthony, I should have started with you because you're the new boy at the Olympics. Well, it's the first Olympic medal. Yeah. So talk us through your emotions right now.
I was kind of struggling the start of the competition, maybe in training and coming into this comp. I felt a lot of pressure from myself, mainly to know the expectation of getting a medal. So as soon as the comp started, I felt like I eased into it and managed to pull something out on the last 4 dives. So I'm super relieved and super happy to come away with a bronze medal.
Yeah, I'm mightily relieved for you. You guys were put together, I read, in 2021. So is that, Anthony, has that added to the pressure then, that you were teamed up with Jack and obviously all the experience and success he's had? You've obviously internalised a lot of that then.
Oh, yeah. I mean, going back to Tokyo, I was still trying to make the Olympics then in individual, but knowing how hard it is to make the GB team, I kind of felt like once it's over and I didn't make it, that I needed either to look somewhere else and start a new pathway or carry on with diving. But thankfully Jack wanted to be my synchro partner, and it kind of changed my whole career around, to be honest, and kind of gave me the belief that I could make the Olympics, and that's all I ever dreamed of. But to actually stand on the podium was much more than that.
Yeah, Jack, it must give you a lot of satisfaction to hear that, actually, to how you've been an inspiration to Anthony. But have you helped to counsel him through all this then? Have you talked a lot behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I've counselled him through it, of course, but I mean, I think I've taken Anthony under my wing, which has been quite a nice responsibility for me. Leading into Rio with myself and Chris, we were kind of both going through it together, whereas I've now had the experience, and I'm able to shine some light on Anthony as well. And I think that through training and competitions, we've both learned a lot from each other, and we've had a wonderful, wonderful journey. And to top it off with an Olympic medal together is just, honestly, fantastic.
Yeah, and Anthony, then, just kind of give us a little bit of an insight into what was going through your mind on that final dive. You say you'd pulled things round a bit, so what were you thinking just before the dive, moments before?
Well, to be honest, I actually felt quite comfortable on the last dive, and I was just thinking just land on the end of the board. Like, we saw the Australian diver early in the week. Anything can happen on springboard, and I just didn't want that to happen to us. So I was just, because I was quite comfortable with our last dive, and that's why we put it last, that as long as I take off, I should be near enough upright. But the fifth dive for me was the one that I've been working so hard on in training, the one that's not been going so well, and to pull that one off, that was a massive sign of relief, and you could probably see that in my emotion after the dive and after the final dive.
Yeah. Well, we saw you guys, the team went nuts. What about family, Anthony? Have you had any family members out there watching you?
Yeah, no, I've had tons of family here. My parents, my friends, my cousins, and everyone's here to support me and watch this magical moment that I didn't think ever would happen. But they've supported me the whole journey that from when I was younger. So I'm just happy that they were there.
Well, listen, we know Jack's just going to add his bronze to his collection. You're going to be sleeping with yours tonight, Anthony. What are you going to do with it?
Oh my God, yeah, I'm just going to sleep in the pillow, put it in the pillow, put it at the bedside table. It's going to stay there forever, yeah.
Beautiful. And Jack, you're up individually later in the week, so it's back to work for you.
Yeah, back to work for me. I've got the individual which starts on Tuesday. Looking forward to that. Obviously super hyped after today, and just hoping to ride that wave forward. A difficult field for me, and one that I'm really excited to get into. So yeah, going to keep my head down and keep working hard, and hopefully maybe try and add to this collection.
Well, listen, it's been great to talk to you both. Congratulations again.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
I found that really interesting interview. So that was Jack Law and Anthony Harding, who won bronze in the men's synchro 3-metre springboard. And Vic, you know, when you go into these interviews, you kind of in your head think, right, I know this is going to go. We're just going to talk joyously about winning a medal for 5 minutes. But Anthony there really opened up about the psychological pressure he felt of teaming up with Jack, who was massively successful. I mean, you heard the interview. What's your reaction to what he had to say?
I mean, I think it's incredibly honest, and I appreciate him sort of expressing himself in that way, because when you go to an Olympic Games, especially when you're not in a mainstream sport, the amount of media and attention you get going in and performing and throughout, it's a very different experience. And actually a lot of athletes are lucky enough to go to an Olympic Games as a sort of, you know, under the radar almost, and get a feel for it before they're expected to perform. But when he's teamed up with such an excellent partner, I can imagine the pressure is quite a lot. And, you know, he dealt with it very, very well. But it is tough. It is, the weight of expectation is heavy, and you so desperately want to perform. And these guys are perfectionists. The nature of the sport asks for perfection. Yeah. So it's always going to be tough to really be confident to deliver that on every stage.
And you know, emotionally there, he sounded drained.
Oh, yeah.
When you do win a medal, do you, over the preceding days, do you go through all different kinds of emotions?
Usually, for me, I mean, going in with an expectation, I can honestly say the overriding feeling is relief. You're like, oh, thank goodness I've done it. Yeah. And then you kind of, it's almost like you can just let go because you're almost holding it all together and being so sort of focused and, keeping all your concentration on what you're doing, not being distracted and giving it full commitment. There's a lot of energy and emotion that goes into delivering that performance, and when it's done you can just release. And it does feel sometimes like a little bit of an anticlimax the days following, and because you're like, well, what's next? And what most athletes do is start focusing on the next competition, because that's all you you just repeat, train, focus on something new, keep going, keep searching for that next high moment.
Relentless. Although interestingly, Steve Parry the other day, we were talking to him and he said as soon as he got his bronze, that was it. He kind of switched off. I've done it. That's the best I'm ever going to do.
Really?
I suppose it's horses for courses, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, listen, let's just talk boxing briefly, shall we? We're going to talk BMXing, which is where you're going later. But at the boxing this afternoon, there was defeat for Ireland's Michaela Walsh. But Taipei's Lin Yu Ting has progressed to the quarterfinals, and Conor McNamara joins us now. He's been following it all. Conor, what have we seen today then?
Hi, Tony. Yeah, well, first thing to say, a really huge media presence at the boxing hall this afternoon. I've been there several days. It was by far the biggest interest because, as you'll be aware, a lot of attention yesterday with Algeria's Iman Khalif beating Italy's Angelica Carini. That was abandoned after just 46 seconds when Carini had been caught by two big strikes to the head. And today, the hundreds of photographers were there zoning their lenses in on Taiwan boxer Lin Yu Tin, who, like Khalif, reportedly failed a gender test last year. Lin had an opening victory against Turdybekova of Uzbekistan. There were, I think, significantly cheers in the arena when that victory was announced. The two boxers shook hands at the end. A unanimous decision from the judges, and the beaten Turdybekova did not stop to do any media interviews afterwards. You mentioned the heartache for Ireland's Michaela Walsh. Her brother Aidan also beaten in the ring here in Paris earlier on this week. Michaela, a former European silver medalist. She was beaten in a unanimous decision by her Bulgarian opponent. And that means there's only one Irish boxer who's made it through to the medal fights now. Kelly Harrington, who's already guaranteed at least a bronze, will be hoping for silver or gold. Just finally, Tony, towards the end of the afternoon session, there was a win in the super heavyweight category for Bakadir Jalalov from Uzbekistan. Now, this is a fighter that I know Steve Bunce has been following closely here in Paris. He's a huge presence in the ring. He looked unstoppable as he celebrated a unanimous victory over Australia's Teramoana. And in the other super heavyweight quarterfinal, that was won by Germany's Nelvi Tiafak. So both Jalalov and Tiafak now guaranteed at least a bronze and the chance of more as they booked their place in the semi-finals.
We are therefore up to date with the boxing. Conor, you are, I'm trying to get this trending as a verb on our Olympic coverage. You are doing some live over-ending today. He's here, there and everywhere doing different sports. You are switching from the boxing to the BMXing tonight.
Yes, jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes.
Very much looking forward to the BMXing. So I've enjoyed watching the freestyling, which is the tricks and the stunts. But this is the speedsters. This is the racing, which is out by the velodrome, which will be full of our attention next week. There hasn't been any cycling races yet at the Olympics, but in the shadow of the big velodrome, you've got the BMX racing track and the reigning gold medalist from Tokyo, Beth Shriver, hoping to defend her crown for Team GB. She's a big star in the world of BMX. She's already the first cyclist in history to hold Olympic, European and world titles simultaneously, and she scorched her way, winning all three runs yesterday to get into the semi-final. Both the semis and the final take place tonight, so it's a big night at the BMX racing track. In the men's, Kai White got through, not as comfortably, scraped his way into the semi-finals, but he's a good rider, silver medalist in Tokyo when he was only 22. He's got work to do. He was the 10th fastest in qualifying, and he will get 3 runs at the semi to try and book a place into the final. Both finals in the men's and the women's are a straight one-off race.
Right, well, Vic Pendleton's here with me in the cafe, Conor, before she comes to join you for the BMX action. This is where I cross my fingers and trust Wikipedia, Vic, because it once said, Wikipedia, my page once said I was a former gladiator, so I take everything with a... well, looking at me, no? Yeah, okay. But it did say you've tried your hand at jousting.
Oh, I have, yeah.
Great, good.
Yes.
Great. And so this, and there is a connection because this is the nearest thing I think there is to because they take their lives in their hands during BMX racing,
honestly,
don't they?
It's quite a physical sport,
Yeah.
and when you watch the slow motion, there's elbows pushing each other. If your handlebars touch, we saw there was a small crash yesterday. They just locked handlebars, but they're elbowing and blocking, and it's really physical.
Before we get into the ins and outs with Connor as well about chances and things like that, what about BMXing? Because you won your medals in the velodrome.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a usurper? Does it sit alongside the track cycling? Will it eventually take? How do you view urban cycling?
Well, I think that the BMX racing actually is a very power-based sport. So they do a lot of very similar training in terms of the physiology. It's a lot of work in the gym, developing muscle, building strength, building power and explosive speed. So sprint track cycling and BMX originally we used to train together as a group sometimes for some of our gym sessions, for example, because a lot of the the physical demands are very similar.
Right. Okay. So that's you're nice bedfellows.
Yes,
well. So right.
indeed.
Okay. So there's no beef.
No beef.
No beef. Connor. So what? So is it? What's the format? Do they all just set off together? What are we expecting?
It's really exciting to watch. It looks brilliant. They start up on this high, really elevated ramp. The riders lean their front wheels against a gate, which disappears into the ground, and they're away. They come shooting down. I sort of describe it as a double S. There are 3 turns, U-turns back on yourself. And it's all about getting a good start, because if you can hit that first bend, a little bit like the Formula 1 racing, in front, then all the trouble happens behind you and you get it. The whole thing is over so quick, Tony. The times yesterday were 33, 34 seconds. These are fast races. Beth Shriver had the second fastest time in qualifying. Her big rival, you would think, is going to be Saya Sakabiarov, who's from Australia. Elise Willoughby of the United States was only fractions of a second behind them as well. The final in particular is going to be box office stuff, because the Victoria's there mentioned the jousting, the daredevil nature of it, and it's as much a battle for positioning as it is for powers on the pedal.
Do you fancy Beth for a medal?
Yeah. She was looking so dominant in the heats. She really, it's all about the start, as you heard about that, and it's like an 8-metre ramp. And I was saying yesterday on the radio, I had a little look up there once and then got on my hands and knees and reversed very slowly, because I was like, that is really, really steep. I don't know how you sprint down that wall, basically. Yeah. So you have to be really confident and explosive and quick reaction speed, because it isn't like a 3, 2, 1 go. It's get ready, and just like the starting blocks in athletics, and then so it's really tense, really amazing.
And just to add to the pressure as well, if you go over, that's it, is it? You obviously you get one go at this.
So they get three rides. Okay. To get through to the next round. So, but it's so close, so fast, and anything can happen. There will be a few thrills and spills.
Yeah, this is great. It's a bit like the kayak cross then, when they're all thrown in together.
Yeah, so
good. So Connor, give us some time. I like a bit of time knowledge here. What time does it all start? The old BMX.
So 8 o'clock Paris time, they'll get underway, and it all happens very quickly, because you see the running. You say, the men are going to do 3 races, and the women are going to do 3 races, and then it moves on to a bit. But the races are bang, 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 bang. So it'll all probably be done within an hour from start to finish. There is a last chance race, a sort of a repechage at the end of the semi-finals, just to produce 1 or 2 more entrants into the final itself. But there will be 8 riders going in each of the finals, the men and the women, and Team GB hoping that they'll be represented in both of them. I think particularly Beth Shriver, we were really impressed with her yesterday. It would be a huge shock if she didn't make that final, which should be on round about 8:30 French time, 7:30 at home.
Great stuff. All over in a flash. Don't miss it then. Connor, we look forward to hearing you later on.
Thanks, Tony.
Cheers, mate. Connor McNamara there, and Vix, you're off to join me at some point.
Yeah, no, it's going to be exciting. Very, very hopeful for Beth Shriver to win that gold.
Brilliant. Well, Team GB, if you've missed it, have won 3 golds already today. Can Beth make it 4? That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Right, we'll hear from some of our medalists shortly. In the next half hour of the show, we'll be back in the athletics arena as well. Let's break for the news now, though, on 5 Live. It's just gone 6 o'clock. Here's Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Tony. Good evening. Russia has admitted that Vadim Krasikov, the convicted hitman released as part of a large prisoner exchange with the West, was a government agent. He'd been serving a life sentence for the murder of a former Chechen rebel commander in Berlin. The US, meanwhile, retrieved the former Marine Paul Whelan and the journalist Ivan Gershkovich, amongst others. Some Russian political prisoners were also released by Moscow. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford is in Berlin.
There's been a lot of focus, of course, initially on the American prisoners who were released. But, of course, as part of this massive, unprecedented deal, we have seen some really prominent Russian political prisoners being released. And Oleg Orlov is one of them. He is a veteran human rights campaigner, defender, activist. He was one of the co-founders of the extremely well-known and respected group Memorial, which is a human rights group in Russia, set up right back in the dying days of the Soviet Union, an organization which has won the Nobel Prize, but which is banned in its own country. And so Oleg Orlov is one of those who's been freed. He was serving 2.5 years for supposedly discrediting the Russian military by condemning the war in Ukraine. Now, he has made a call to his wife and to his lawyer. He is here in Germany, but he's undergoing medical checks at the moment. But his wife has said via Memorial that his voice is cheerful and lively, his health is okay. He apparently hadn't quite understood yet how far he is from Russia, because he was not told anything about this exchange before it happened. Nobody asked him if he wanted to be a part of it. He was simply taken from his prison cell. The first thing he knew, or the first thing he guessed about what was happening, is when he was on board the bus and heading for the airport.
Well, in the last few minutes, Ilya Yashin has appeared at a news conference alongside fellow released prisoners Vladimir Kara-Murza and Andrei Pivoravov, who's just been speaking.
Personally, I would say thank you to my friends who have been supporting me and my family and my wife, Tatiana, because without that support, none of us would be able to survive through the things we were going through. Well, someone might say that not that many people were released, just 16. But, you know, first of all, I would like to say that it is important that many of my friends were really rescued from death. I was impressed by yesterday's phrase by Volodya Kara-Murza, who said that I would not survive. The life was just granted to me. And of course, I was touched very much.
The National Police Chiefs Council says extra police officers will be on the streets this weekend following riots in Southport, Hartlepool and London. Violence took place in response to false claims that the person suspected of carrying out the Southport stabbings was an Islamist migrant. Police say Axel Rudakabana was born in Britain. Analysis by the BBC has given some insight into how the far right is organising across the UK. Here's our correspondent, Dominic Casciani.
Contrary to what a lot of people think, that there may be one single guiding hand behind this, like one far-right organisation, for example, it's much more complicated than that. So when the Southport incident happened, Merseyside Police referred to the English Defence League. But to be frank, it doesn't really exist as an organisation. It hasn't been so for many, many years, almost about a decade, really. But what's left behind is a complicated network of small far-right organisations and social media influencers. Now, when we looked at Southport specifically, what we saw was the idea of a protest in Southport seemed to have been seeded in two places. First of all, on Telegram, a messaging app which is used by a lot of people on the far right, and that was where a group was set up called Southport Wake Up, and that calls for protests pretty early on this week. And then secondly, there was stuff being published on TikTok calling people to come to the area using the hashtag Enough is Enough.
The political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, has been buried in Qatar following his assassination in Iran. Hundreds of his supporters gathered at a funeral ceremony in Doha earlier. Hamas and Iran have both promised to take revenge on Israel, which hasn't confirmed or denied any involvement in the attack. The former Cabinet Minister Robert Jenrick has warned his party that it needs to change a lot. He's been unveiling his Conservative leadership bid in his constituency of Newark in Nottinghamshire and said the main reason the Tories lost the election was because they failed to deliver controlled and reduced migration.
We allowed the cycle of broken promises to continue. And as a minister, when I concluded that I couldn't secure any more changes to our legal migration system, I resigned from Cabinet last year, because I, for one, was not willing to be just another minister who makes and breaks promises on immigration.
And the British Army has admitted that a black female soldier who featured in recruitment campaigns had to work in an unacceptable environment. The Army apologised to Carrie Ann Knight, who said she experienced sexist and racist harassment. The Ministry of Defence has paid her a substantial settlement, but said that came with no admission of liability. That's the news then. Janine Marsh has the travel.
The M25 clockwise, 2 lanes are currently closed for a broken down crane. It happened at junction 25 at Enfield and it's queuing back to junction 23 at South Mims. The M1 southbound, 2 lanes closed for an accident from junction 15A, that's Northampton services, to junction 15 Northampton. Heading northbound on the M5, there are 2 lanes currently closed at junction 8, that's the M50 interchange, queuing back to junction 9. And the M62 on the eastbound side, there's a broken down vehicle and a lane closed. That's between junction 19 at Haywood and junction 20 Rochdale. On the trains, delays of up to 60 minutes and some cancellations on northern services at Saltburn, and that's for an earlier problem with points. Janine Marsh, 5 Live Travel.
This August, we're putting you at the heart of the action. Formula One, the 100, and US Open Tennis, all live this August.
Listen on BBC Radio 5 Live
and 5 Sports Extra. The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
with Tony Livesey
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening from Paris. The sun's beginning to set on our Parisian cafe. What a golden day it's been for Team GB.
It's Olympic gold in the showdown for Great Britain. What a stunning round from Scott Brash.
Gold for Bryony Page. It's a gold medal in the trampolining.
They cross the line, Olympic champions. Imogen Grant and Emily Craig win gold.
Brilliant stuff. The men's pair in the rowing took silver. Jack Law and Anthony Harding won the 3-metre diving bronze. If you've been listening to 5 Live, you will know it's been a memorable day for the host too, with this gold in the judo.
Teddy has done it! Teddy Riner, you legend! You legend!
Yes, very calm and composed commentary there from Julien Laurent, who officially lost it when 6'8" Teddy Riner won the judo gold that the nation was praying he would do. We've got some live athletics on the way very shortly. We've got swimming as well. Kelly Cates joins us from the Defence Arenas in about 20 minutes or so. As you know, we're going to bring you every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live. You can follow the action on the BBC Sport website and app, or you can watch it on BBC One and the iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
with Tony Livesey
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Lovely. Right, we're off to Stade de France for some athletics in just a sec. Victoria Pendleton has been with me all afternoon here in the cafe. Vic, just on that BMXing we were talking about, because that's where you're off next. Just explain what you were telling me off air about Beth and Kai, the British hopefuls. A special moment for them.
Yeah, so Beth Shriver and Kai White both competed in Tokyo for the first time, and obviously they didn't have friends and family there. They just had a screen, the friend zone screen thing, to speak to their friends and family. So having a crowd there to support them is going to really make a difference. Hopefully they'll enjoy that tonight.
With the Union flag. Well, there's a decent crowd in the Stade de France where the athletics is well underway. We can go now to Ali Kirbishley and Kath Murray. We have some relay action. I thought the relays came right at the end of the session, or is that my lack of knowledge?
They're throwing a curveball. They've added this mixed relay following a lot of the sports here. The mixed relay was introduced way back actually in 2017 at the World Relays, but actually ran in the World Championships for the first time in 2019, and then obviously in Tokyo. And it is a good spectacle, isn't it, Kath? But it's so difficult to get it into the programme, isn't it?
It is. I think World Athletics wanted to shake things up a bit, Tony. So they said, you know what, let's bring in a mixed relay at the beginning of the championships. So those potentially concentrating on the individual events of the 400 metres could take part if they choose. So here we go then. 2 heats in this mixed relay. The rules, it has to go man-woman, man-woman. And you can only change one athlete between the qualifying and the final. So strong nations like the USA can't change the complete team. Great Britain, Northern Ireland will go in heat number 2. But Jamaica, Kenya, Bahamas, Poland, the reigning champions, go in 5. USA, the world record holders, go in 6. Belgium, France got a huge cheer when they were introduced to the 80,000 here at the Stade de France, who are being noisy now, actually. And the Swiss team go in lane number 9. The athletes are in their blocks. And the gun goes then. Heat number 1 of the mixed 4x400 metre relay. The first 3 and then the next 2 non-automatic qualifiers advance for the final tomorrow. The USA, as mentioned, the world record holders in this event. Vernon Norwood, the 32-year-old, leading them off. They all stay in lanes in the first legs, and it is the Americans moving nicely and going very nicely indeed. Belgium, who are 5th in the Tokyo Olympics, outside of the USA, Alison, in 7.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium, obviously with the Borlays, we're all so used to it, but we've only got one in the team of the brothers. And but Vernon Norwood now is steaming past everyone else. It looks like the Americans are going to be handing on the baton first.
Shamira Little, the American, the first female then in this mixed 4x4 relay. There's 3 breaking away so far in the early stages. The American, though, going down the back straight, she'll break across with 300 metres to go, and it's the USA leading the way so far in this first heat.
Yeah, better known for her 400 hurdles. She was silver medalist behind Femke Bol at the World Championships, but the cutthroat qualification in the American trials means she won't be here, so she's here doing a job in the 4x4 mixed, and really looking strong as she heads into the home straight. Jamaica hanging on with Janelle Brownfield, the fiancée of Noah Lyles. Jamaica men's 4x4 did not qualify, so they really want to mean business, but are fading, and there's definitely 3 teams pulling away.
America then, the second hand over for them. They've got a 10-metre lead. The French are starting to get excited, up into second place ahead of Belgium, who are ahead of Poland. Down the back straight, they're in the shade now. The sun's finally dipped here in the Stade de France, and America with Bryce Deadman now has a 15-metre lead, and the French third leg of Theo Andont is chasing him down. Remember, the first 3 guaranteed a place in the final. Belgium currently in 3rd place, but it's USA so far, Alison, all the way.
Yeah, and that gap is starting to break, isn't it? It's a very, very clear 3 teams, but Jamaica have the great Stephanie Ann McPherson on their final leg. What can she do? Can she bring the Jamaicans home in qualification? But America are just running away with it.
The world record holders, Kaylin Brown has now a 20-metre lead. Belgium back in second position. Kevin Borlée ran a storming leg for them. But America now are 30 metres clear. Barring disaster, they're going to qualify for the mixed 4x400 metre final. The battle is behind. Belgium are currently in second place. France are in an automatic qualifying spot, and Poland are closing quickly.
Yeah, and here comes Stephanie Ann McPherson of Jamaica as well. She's just breathing down the neck of the Polish athlete as they come around the turn with 150 metres to go. But look at America. It will all be about who they can bring in, because they can make one change. But the battle for the 3rd spot at the back now, the French have moved into second place, as you can hear.
USA take the victory in a new world record of 3:07.42, and the French final leg runner of Amandine Brossière punches the sky, because France have automatically qualified for the mixed 4x400 metre final, to the delight, Tony, of the 80,000 fans in here. Wow, that was the first heat. Great Britain and Northern Ireland still to come.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We've got to hear from some gold medalists, so back with you shortly, you two, Ali and Kath. Back in the Stade de France arena as soon as we can. We won't miss Team GB and Northern Ireland going in the mixed relay. Right, I'm conscious we said we'd hear from all our gold medalists today. Emily Craig and Imogen Grant have won the 2nd rowing gold of the Paris Olympics for Team GB. It was a commanding performance in the lightweight double sculls. They've been speaking to Catherine Granger and Matthew Pinson.
I think you could tell in that closing bit. I'm not sure we've ever seen you sprint, headlong for the finish line. I'm not sure we even saw that today. There was just a lovely moment where you can see them and you're going to win.
Yeah, and it's also trying not to think about the fact that you're pretty sure that's going to happen until you're over the line. And I think the fact that neither of us were thinking about that probably showed in our reactions when we did cross the line, because I still can't really believe this.
Yeah.
And we've been trying to say, how do you sum up that moment when you see the scoreboard or you look around and you realise after 3 years of being in a mission that you've done it?
The first medal that we won together was in 2019, and it was a sprint finish, and we came through to get the bronze, and I think Emily knew that we'd got the bronze and I didn't. And there's an amazing photo of Emily's joy and my surprise and disbelief. To be honest, this one kind of felt the same. You can never count your chickens until you've crossed the finish line first, to mix a metaphor, but I made bloody well sure that we were ahead and I could count 5 crews before I went, okay, I think we've done it.
And is there any way to sum up, whether it was on the finish line or being on that podium? We saw obviously when you came out the boat and you embraced each other, and it was a special moment for everyone. Is there any way to explain to people, how do you sum up that moment?
Honestly, indescribable. There was a certain inevitability about it this morning. I think we woke up this morning and looked at each other, and I think we both knew that we had it in us today. And I think those tears were just an outpouring of every early night, every hard training session, every wedding and party that we've missed, every time stressing over a bad session, every selection pressure, every early morning, every horrendous crosswind.
Double early morning.
All of it, just all coming out at once.
For people who want to try rowing, it's a really great sport, isn't it?
There is nothing better.
It's the best. It's so unbelievably simple and difficult to perfect, and that's why I love and hate it in equal measure.
And can I just ask, what would you say about each other? What is it that's made the Olympic champion of each other? Why are you so good together?
Emily is the toughest, most incredible person I've ever had the pleasure of rowing with. I've rowed for nearly 10 years, and half of that now has been with Emily. She took me from a clueless single sculler who did not know how to row a double to an Olympic champion, and she's been there every single step of the way. When I've had my wobbles, when I've had my ups and downs, when she's had her ups and downs, and I kind of wanted to just go out and do it all over again.
Yeah, maybe. I have so much respect for how unbelievably talented Imogen is. She has so much confidence, and the days when I don't even know if I can do it, I just have to look at her and I know we'll be fine. And there were points today where I kind of needed that, and thank God she's the person she is.
I have to say, you referred earlier in the week to yourselves as screaming possums. I know, but today, every single person here supporting you, including ourselves, we were screaming possums for you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't know if we were screaming possums today. I think we were, I don't know, maybe rhinos that had gotten up to full speed in a charge, and there was nothing that was going to stop us or get in our way.
Charging rhinos will take.
It was amazing to watch. It really was. As a plan, for the execution, there have been some remarkably close races here, and that wasn't one of them.
Yeah, I think we owed it to all of our parents and friends and family after Tokyo to not make that close.
Can I ask, will the photo finish be taken down and ripped up now?
No, it's part of who we are. We wouldn't have got here without that.
Yeah, it's about the journey.
Well, what a great ending to this particular journey.
We're Olympic champions forever.
Forever.
Oh, wasn't that a wonderful interview? Catherine Granger and Matthew Pinton speaking to Emily Craig and Imogen Grant. You have to have a heart of stone not to be moved by that. Wonderful. Right, let's get back to the Stade de France. Athletics underway. We've just had the first heat of the 4x400 metre mixed relay. Ali and Kath are watching. And guys, I've just seen on the telly that the Americans have set, is it a new world record?
Yes. They held it anyway, Tony. But they've literally just taken 1.4 seconds off their own mixed 4x400 metre relay time that they won gold in Budapest at the World Championships last year. And it's worth noting that none of those 4 athletes that have just run were in that team last year. Such is the depth that the USA have. But we also have to remind listeners that it's a pretty new event, Alison, isn't it? It's only the second time it has been in the Olympic Games programme, but they were very, very impressive.
And it's very rarely run as well, Tony. Certainly at championship level, we only see it once a year. Twice we've had the Europeans this year. So on 2 occasions this year, we have the World Relays very, very early in the year as well, in April in Bahamas. And so we probably only see it in country form 3, maybe 4 times a year. And so yeah, I mean, every time they're running, and obviously when you're on the biggest stage, and if we've got time, Kath will start her science lesson and tell us all about the track as well, because it is a quick track.
It's a very quick track. Everybody's now texting me going, is that track really purple, Kath? I say, yes, it is. It's bright purple and it's really, really fast. And what do we mean, Tony, by when us in athletics say, oh, it's a fast track? It means it's a little bit harder, which means that sprinters like it because you get fast times off it. Distance runners, not so much, because it's pretty much a little bit more hard going. Jumpers in the field like a bit more bounce. But this new geometric air cell that they have on the bottom layer of this track means it's a very, very fast one. And as you've just said, we've had a world record already here this evening. So, yeah, we're up and running. We had 3 world records, didn't we, Alison, in Tokyo at the delayed Olympic Games, and 1 already on the first evening session. I think we're going to be spoilt in Paris.
I think we are, because I know I was chatting to the swim team, and there's a lot of talk about the pool not being quick in terms of world records, but yeah, it's definitely not the case here in the Stade.
Brilliant. I'm just making notes. So you got what? Yeah.
Geometric air cells on the bottom.
I told you, you're going to get ready for your science lesson when you get here tomorrow.
I thought I was swatting, and you're in a different league. Listen, I'm going to hand over to you now. Let's get the race in full and speak to you off the back of it. Cheers, guys.
Thanks. Let me introduce you then to the athletes on this new geometric air-celled bottom layer track here in Paris in the mixed 4x400 metre relay. USA flying 3:07.41, a new world record from them. But Great Britain and Northern Ireland go in this heat in lane number 4. Let me give you the full lineup. Ukraine go in 2. Italy, who are second at those European Championships behind Ireland this year in this 4x4 event, go in lane 3. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 6 at the Tokyo Olympics in this event, but a World Championship silver last year. Sam Reardon, Lavia Nielsen, Alex Haydock-Wilson and Nicole Yergin given the spots in this heat. Nigeria go in 5. The Netherlands go in lane 6. No Femke Bol, the Flying Dutch lady, potentially being brought in for the final tomorrow. Ireland go in lane number 7, much improved from their 8th position at the Tokyo Olympics, the European champions this year in Rome. Dominican Republic go in 8 and Germany in lane number 9. The teams being introduced to the crowd here. And as an athlete, Alison, we ran in the Olympic final in Sydney together in our 4x400 metre final. In our qualifying, you're aware of as an athlete what has gone on in the stadium, because sometimes, even though you can't see it, you can feel it. So these athletes will be fully aware of what the Americans have done as the British team, with a nice little cheer there from across the water, introduced to the crowd.
Yeah, and isn't it great? I mean, I think a word must be said for poor Charlie Carville, who was meant to be in the relay squad and had to be withdrawn through injury in the warm-up in the holding camp. And into his place is Sam Reardon, who had the most spectacular run at the London Diamond League, wasn't selected because the team had already been picked, but ran the 14th quickest that we'd ever seen a Brit over 400 metres, 44.70. And we all looked at each other and said, what a shame that he's only running it now. Well, he's been drafted in, and I don't think he can quite believe it. The last time he led off in a relay team, because he usually runs 3rd, was for his club, Blackheath and Bromley, in a National League event. So, I mean, what a stage to come and lead off for your country in this amazing stadium. Sam's got a job to do.
Athletes then settle into their blocks. Heat number 2, the mixed 4x400 metre relay. Great Britain, Northern Ireland go in lane number 4. The top 3 make it into the final tomorrow. A rare hush falls across the Stade de France. It's a clean start, as you'd expect in a 4x400 metre relay. Netherlands going out nicely in lane number 6. Eugene Omala, the lead-off leg for them. And Sam Reardon moving nicely. As Alison said, 44.7 seconds this year, a big personal best. The UK number 3. No Matt Hudson-Smith or Charlie Dobson in this lineup. The individual event for them to come as these championships move on. Ireland moving nicely as well round the top bend.
Dominica are also looking really, really good. No Paulino, the world champion for them in this quartet, but they took a medal last time in Tokyo, so they'll be hoping to do the same. Sam Reardon, a bit of a solid. We wait till the stagger unwinds, but a solid leg for him. It looks like he's handing over in about 4th place to Lavia Nielsen.
Yeah, the British team in the mix. Lavia Nielsen, another British athlete in the form of her life, a 49.87 personal best for her. She's on the second leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, but Nigeria have swept into the lead down the back straight here. Remember, the top three guaranteed a place in the final. Nielsen and Britain in third at the moment. And here come the Dutch. Lieke Klaver, the world-class Dutch athlete with the long flowing blonde hair on the shoulder of the Nigerian now. Nigerian, Netherlands, Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, good running there from Lavia to hold that third position. Klaver, they've definitely gone with their front-loading team, the Dutch. And Lavia Nielsen now running down the Nigerians, following Klaver, and going to hand over into second place for the Brits. On to Alex Haydock-Wilson.
Netherlands lead, Great Britain and Northern Ireland in second, Nigeria in third. Klein Inc of the Netherlands on the third leg for them. Alex Haydock-Wilson down the back straight. There's a breakaway of three teams here at the moment. Italy are currently in fourth place, about 10 metres down. No change with 200 metres to go. Alex Haydock-Wilson's buying his time here. He's going to make a move, Alison. He's going to kick with 150 to go. How are the Dutch going to respond?
Yeah, and I guess a big surprise that the Nigerians are in there battling, but Alex Haydock-Wilson running the leg of his life, coming in, sweeping past the Dutch athlete into first place. Ireland now with Thomas Barr have got a lot of work to do, the European champions, as they hand on to Maudsley on their final leg.
Great Britain and Northern Ireland lead in the second heat of the mixed 4x400 metre relay. Top three guaranteed, and Britain in pole position. Nicole Yergin, the 26-year-old, has a 3-metre lead on Kathleen Peters of the Netherlands. Nigeria still in third. 250 metres to go. This would be a good heat win for the British team before the final tomorrow. Yergin moving nicely now, 5 metres clear.
And it's Mangione of Italy as well who's trying to get into that spot, that the automatic spots of the top three. She's now breathing down the neck of the Nigerian. But Nicole Yergin, what a run from her as she comes into the home straight in first place for Britain.
Great Britain and Northern Ireland are going to win the second heat. But the Dutch final leg runners thinking, I can have a go here on the inside. No, you can't. Great Britain and Northern Ireland win the second heat. The Netherlands finish in second. And I think Italy came through in third. Their final leg runner, Magignone, threw her arm in the air thinking, I've automatically qualified here for an Olympic final. And I think she has. But the British team, job done in a national record of 3:10.61.
Great stuff. Back off, Netherlands. Brilliant. Is that acceptable athletics language? I am there tomorrow. I don't know. I might get over involved. Kath, Ali, great. I'll see you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Au revoir.
Cheers, au revoir, bonsoir. Right, pretty much it from me. Kelly's on the way in the pool very shortly. I am conscious I had said I'd bring you all the gold medalists today. You could hear from them. So, Scott Brash on Jefferson secured Britain's 9th gold medal of the Games in the equestrian team jumping final today. Sonia McLaughlin spoke to Scott, Harry Charles and Ben Mayer after the win.
I'm going to start with you, Scott, because I cannot imagine the pressure that was on your shoulders ahead of that final round. What on earth was going through your mind?
Listen, I think there's pressure on all of us when it's only a 3-man team. Every score counts. So.
Oh, come on, you're being modest. Honestly, my heart was in my mouth. Are you sure yours wasn't?
No, listen, I was just fortunate to be in that position. The guys done a road unbelievable to get me into that position, and then just wanted to deliver for them as well as everyone that puts all the hard work in behind the scenes, and for your family, friends, and the whole country. You want to deliver. So just try to stay focused on my horse and how I felt I should ride the course to suit him to try and jump clear.
Okay, so Harry, where were you and Ben watching Scott, and what on earth were you thinking when he went over the last clear?
Well, I was in the forest, turned away from a TV screen.
No way.
I couldn't watch. Not that I don't trust Scott fully, I couldn't do it. I'd rather be riding. So I was in the trees and I kind of heard a few shouts. I didn't know what that meant, and I asked someone, was he clear? And they went, yeah. So I went, oh my God. Come running down, and unbelievable.
There you are, standing with that Olympic gold medal around. Look, these two have done it before. They're experts. This is your first medal at Olympic Games, and it's gold. Are you slightly pinching yourself?
Yeah, it'll take a few days to sink in, I think. every sports person's dream to win a gold at the Olympics. Yeah, can't believe I did it. Can't believe I did it. And to do it with these guys is even cooler. You know, they did it with my dad, so our family has a lot to thank these two boys for.
Yeah, and what does it mean for you to now have 3 gold medals, Ben, to your name? You've drawn level with Charlotte Dujardin and the great eventer Harry Mead. That's something special, isn't it? How proud?
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't really think about these things when we come here. We're really focused on our job. After Tokyo, expectations are always high. But I have my family here, my wife and my son, and we're looking forward to this evening, enjoying it with these guys, and hopefully we're not too old yet, hopefully there's a few more to come.
Brilliant. That's the gold medals wrapped up. Victoria Pendleton's listening in. Cycling's obviously your specialist subject, but that's your spiritual home, isn't it? Horsey stuff.
I love it.
Talk to me, because you were saying we were a hoof hair away from knocking a fence down. What happened?
Yeah, just in the final round there, we saw Jefferson. He just caught. I'm talking about the horses, by the way. Jefferson, referring to Scott Brash's horse. Yes. Jefferson. You saw his hoof just caressing one of the poles, but it didn't knock it. It was it was a hair's width, but brilliant to see. I so admire how they control such power with such precision, because when you're working with a horse, they're the athletes really, and you're sort of the conductor almost, but they're powerful horses, and it's got to be like inch perfect. Yeah. It's remarkable.
And I missed whether it was Harry or Ben, but one of the other guys was saying just couldn't watch.
I know, I love that.
During that, I mean that's kind of we spectator level, isn't it, when we get so nervous? I mean,
my mum used to pretty much leave when I was racing and then come back and see what had happened. Like, she'd be in the ladies while I'm racing, because it was just too much. So I kind of get that. But I'm also going to give a shout out to Dallas, Vegas, Batilli, and then Romeo 88 and Jefferson. Well, let's give the horses a shout out. Absolutely. I think they should get a big medal too.
Yeah, one of the horses the other day we did here went home and got a big bucket of golden carrots.
Oh, so I love that.
I think that's the equivalent.
Yes.
Vic, it's been a real pleasure to work with you today. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
You've got to slum it with Conor McNamara.
Do I have to get l'addition now?
Yes.
Okay.
What is that?
The bill.
Oh, yeah, definitely. What's French for definitely? But yes, good. Okay, I thought that meant the tube. Right, no, you get the bill. I'll get out of here. Kelly Cates is at the pool. Kelly, you've got loads to look forward to tonight all over the place.
We've got so much to look forward to. It's going to be really, really busy. We've got the men's 50 metres freestyle. Ben Proud is going for that. Real chance of British success. Could be British success in the women's 200 metres backstroke. We've got Léon Marchand, the hero of the games so far. Men's 200 metres individual medley, trying to make it 4 gold medals in these Olympic Games. It's always fun in the pool. We don't do boring nights. Plus, the athletics is underway. So it's all good fun, Tony.
Yeah, brilliant. And I was saying, I risked saying this earlier on, Kelly, that the games goes up a notch when the athletics starts, but it just adds another.
Don't say that round the swimmers.
I know. Well, I thought Vic kind of gave me the side eye when I said it, but I got away with it. but it just adds another layer, doesn't it? It's great. We've got live athletics tonight as well. It's brilliant.
It is, and then you kind of see the Stade de France come into action as an athletic stadium as well. So suddenly you have, I know they've already had rugby sevens there, and we've already seen it packed to the rafters, but you also get to see it properly working as a track, and all indications so far today, with a world record already, suggest that it is a super fast track. So we've got a slow pool, but a very fast track. It's going to be fantastic. But Tony, listen, we'll let you go and get the bill. Don't let Victoria end up paying that one.
Pourquoi pas? That means why not?
I know it is. I just didn't have a good reason. I was like, yeah, let her get it.
She's not moved a muscle. She did it for show. She's not moved a muscle.
Listen, I've got to speak to Victoria later on. So yeah, keep in Victoria's good books, and you go and do the bill. Au revoir, Tony. Thank you very much. Speak to you tomorrow. Adama. We are ready for another night of action here at the pool.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Cates.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Day 7 of the Olympic Games, and it's been golden for Team GB.
He's done it! It's Olympic gold in the shout opening for Great Britain. What a stunning round from Scott Brash.
Success in the team equestrian came after gold in the women's trampoline.
gold for Bryony Page. It's a gold medal in the trampolining. She has done it. She has completed the set.
And the gold rush was started by the women's lightweight double sculls.
The finish line in sight. They look left and right. They cross the line. Olympic champions. Imogen Grant and Emily Craig win gold.
There's also been a silver for the men's pair and a bronze in the men's 3 meters synchro diving. And there could be more to come here in the pool.
20 minutes of a manic medal mashup on the way. Marchand after a 4th gold for France. Duncan Scott and Tom Dean trying to stop him. And Ben Proud's in the mix in the 50 metres freestyle. 20 seconds of splash bang wallop.
Alistair Bruce Ball is here at the La Défense Arena with Karen Pickering and Steve Parry. And at the BMX, Conor McNamara.
The medals get decided tonight at the BMX track. In the women's, Beth Shriever is defending her gold medal from Tokyo. In the men's, fellow Londoner Kai White won silver last time. Both in action tonight. This is fast and furious, daredevil stuff. It all gets underway in the next half hour.
Also coming up this evening, Zach Berzamanos is into the men's trampoline final. We'll get our first look at Keely Hodgkinson in the heats of the 800 metres. And not a Brit, but plenty of interest in Novak Djokovic. He's on court at Roland Garros.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Kears.
From BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening, welcome to the La Défense Arena, where I've managed to put my own teeth in, ready for a big night at the pool. We'll also keep you up to date with everything that's happening at the athletics, but we are set up for yet another belter. We don't do mediocre at the pool, do we, Ali?
It's great to have you back tonight, Kelly. It's a really interesting schedule tonight. I think you can probably tell by my opener there, I'm a little overexcited, as we all are. 2 nights ago, we saw one of the great nights of swimming. Léon Marchand is back in the pool tonight, trying to win a 4th gold medal for France. What's great about that from the British point of view, though, is Duncan Scott and Tom Dean are in the same event, the men's 200-metre individual medley, trying to stop him. In the first qualification heat, Duncan Scott did pip him in a final in this arena with these fans. You know, you've got to have your money on Marchand. 7:30 it gets underway, so this mad 20 minutes starts at 7:30. A thrilling race to start. So Ben Proud, who's basically won every medal you can win in the major championship, so European champion, Commonwealth champion, world champion, goes in the men's 50 metres freestyle. As I said, it's splash bang wallop, just one length of the pool. They'll come flying down towards us here, and it's one of those events, Skelly, where he was quickest in qualifying, along with the Australian Cam McAvoy, but any of the 8 men could win it, and they could finish, the medals could finish in any order. It'll be that tight. So that's going to be an absolute thriller. And then in between that and the Marchand race in the individual medley, 2 Brits as well in the women's 200 metres backstroke final. I think there's a possible bronze medal up for grabs there, considering the sort of quality of opposition in that final, particularly Kaylee McKeown, the Australian, who's trying to repeat the 100-200 double she did in Tokyo 3 years ago. Honey Osrin and Katie Shanahan will go for Great Britain.
Yeah, in about 50 minutes, that all gets underway with the men's 50 metres freestyle. Quick word on that with Karen Pickering, because Karen, just 0.3 of a second separate all 8 swimmers in that race.
I know, it's one of the, I mean, the 50 freestyle is always close, but this is one of the best lineups of swimmers that you could possibly imagine. And not just because the quality of talent, but because they've all got amazing stories as to why you want them to be on the podium. And obviously Ben Proud is the one that we will be looking at, because he deserves to be crowned Olympic champion. He's won everything else. He's, picked up medals everywhere else. He needs to get on the Olympic podium, really. But there's so many great other stories. Florent Manadou, obviously in front of a French crowd, come back to swimming. It would be a 4th Olympic Games that he's got a medal at if he's on the podium. Cameron McAvoy, who's really changed sprint swimming, the 30-year-old Australian. He's such a popular swimmer. And then Jordan Crooks from the Cayman Islands. No medal ever for an athlete from the Cayman Islands. This 22-year-old pops up and is swimming beautifully. So they're all down the lineup. There's so many reasons why you can engage with these athletes. It makes it even more difficult to kind of predict what's going to happen.
Not only could he be the first person at all to win a medal for the Cayman Islands at the Olympics. He's only the second person from the Cayman Islands ever to reach any Olympic final in any discipline. It's going to be fantastic. And as Karen said, not just great competition coming up, but great stories as well. Meanwhile, at the Stade de France, the athletics is underway. Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley are there. Now, I am very much team swimming at the moment, Kath and Ali. However, I am coming to the Stade de France tomorrow, and then I will be fully team athletics, and it's looking so good. This is a super fast track.
It is. We have noted that you're sport hopping. We have noticed that, Kelly, and I
like to keep my options open.
And I love that, because there's so much good stuff going on, isn't there? And we don't do boring nights here at the athletics either.
Yes.
We've had our first world record. How are you getting on with world records in the pool, Kelly?
It's a slow pool, Kath. It's a slow pool.
Slow pool. Okay, I'll give you that. But we've had a brilliant first day. 80,000 people, Kelly, this morning. 80,000 people this evening. The British team are moving along nicely. They've just done a national record, Alison, in the 4x4 relay, the mixed 4x4 relay, and qualified for the final. And we have the fastest two women in the world coming up in the heats of the women's 800 metres as well.
I know, and you know, we've got three Brits lining up in this 800 metre heats. You know, one absolutely head and shoulders above the rest of the world, Keely Hodgkinson. It's been silver for her at World Champs and Olympic Games. Gemma Reeke's the first that we'll see in the first heat. She finished agonisingly, was it 7/700ths outside of medal in Tokyo, finishing fourth there. But what a personal best behind Keely Hodgkinson's British record just 2 weeks ago in London. So add into that duo, Phoebe Gill, 17-year-old sensation this year. I mean, what an experience she's going to get from these 800 heats here this morning.
But when you have such a competitive field within Team GB, can that work to your advantage? Can that sort of competition just drive the athletes on?
100%. Me and Alison obviously ran in the same era when the world was grey, as my children say, and we just wanted to be the best in our own backyard. And if you're the best in your own backyard and one of those is one of the best in the world, it raises the level of competition throughout the country. It's no coincidence, Kelly, that you've got the likes now of Phoebe Gill and others wanting to follow in the footsteps of Keely Hodgkinson, who's still just 22, by the way, and she's following in the footsteps of the likes of Kelly Holmes. So success breeds success. And in this women's 800 metres, we're in such a strong position, and Keely Hodgkinson is quite simply the biggest gold medal hope in the athletics team.
I'm going to be guided by you guys on the start to this one, because I think they're running very slightly behind in terms of the timing. But on Gemma Reekie, I mean, she's talked about Tokyo and said no regrets when she reflects on Tokyo.
I ran that race to win it, and I truly stood on that start line. I was only going out there to win it, and I tried my best at that point. I made some mistakes, but I really did try to go out there and win that race, and I never really regretted the way I ran it. But I'm kind of glad it didn't happen at that time, because I think things might have been different, and maybe I'd have got bronze, but then never pushed to get that next step. So I think everything happens for a reason, and there's a reason why I didn't get a medal at that point.
Is the reason because it's going to be a Paris medal?
Yeah, I'd absolutely love. I need an Olympic medal this year, and yeah, I definitely will be standing on that start line again to go out and win it. But yeah, to get any of those Olympic medals would be amazing. We've got so many strong girls, and Keely being one of them, and Mary Mora, and a ton others behind that are just on that cusp of medals, and it's going to take every single thing possible, and I'm happy to do every single 1% to get one of those medals. And training well, sleeping well, eating well, it's going to be every single thing brought together that's going to get one of those, and just performing on that day.
Gemma Reekie there with the most Parisian of responses to disappointment in Tokyo. Je ne regrette rien. Let's head over for the 800 metres. They're in the heats now with our commentary team of Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry.
They're being introduced to the crowd as a French athlete in this one. Lena Cadesounon goes in lane number 4, the French champion last year. Gemma Reekie from Kilbarchan, the world number 2 this year. The Scottish athlete starts in lane number 6. Habitam Alemu of Ethiopia, she'll be good in this one. She goes in lane number 8. And she's the nearest on season's best to Gemma Reekie. But The Ethiopian is 2 seconds slower. Such is the form that Gemma Riki is in. They're being brought to the line in the first heat of 6 in the women's 800 metres. The first 3 guaranteed a spot in the semi-final on Sunday, then the final on Monday night. The British team won no gold medals in Tokyo 3 years ago. This is an event where we could maybe pick up 1, 2, can we be greedy? Alison Kirbishley, and maybe even pick up 3. Gemma Riki moving nicely into the lead halfway down the back straight.
I'll be a lot more relieved when we get all 3 into the final, but Gemma Riki's found herself as the staggers unwound down the back straight, just sitting there on the front of the pack. She's kind of controlling the pace, nothing too quick at this stage. We just need her to look like a clean run. First 3 by certain, by right through to the semi-final, but she's looking very, very comfortable. Alemu on her shoulder there. She's sitting on the shoulder of the French athlete, but very much in control.
Yeah, Gemma Riki's controlling this one. You could throw a blanket over this whole field at the moment as they go through the 400-metre point. Gemma Riki with a slim lead, 60.13.
Yeah, she'll be very happy with that. I think she's running wide. She's just making sure that no one is going to sneak through on the inside. If you do want to get round her, you're going to have to go very, very wide out into lane 2. But yeah, just sitting on the French girl's shoulder as they go down the back straight. She's starting to wind it up now, and we're just starting to see the pack stretch out very slightly, with Whitaker of America sitting there in 3rd.
Coming up to 200 metres to go, Gemma Riki holding the lead, the dark blue strip of the Team GB athlete, the bright orange spikes of the Team GB athlete. Gemma Riki in total control here, but she hasn't quite lost the rest of the pack, but she has now. She swings into the home straight, she grits her teeth, she looks up at the big scoreboard. Candice Sounon of France is going backward, much to the frustration of the home fans, but Gemma Riki is going to win this by 3 metres, and she's going to go just outside 2 minutes. Good qualification for our first of 3 British athletes.
Yeah, really, really controlled running from Gemma Riki there. She never ever looked phased at all. I think the surprise there would be Alemu of Ethiopia, the 27-year-old who was 6th last time around in Tokyo, has regularly been on the world stage in finals, really, really struggling to keep hold of that race. But Gemma Riki confirmed now, rounded down 2 minutes flat, with Gajanova of Slovakia coming through to take the 2nd spot ahead of Whitaker from America.
1 down, Kelly, 2 to go. Gemma Riki looking very, very good in qualifying. Phoebe Gill, the 17-year-old, up next in heat number 3.
Catherine and Alison, for now, thank you very much. Eleanor Oldroyd and Lewis Smith back at the Bercy Arena this evening. That was the venue for Beth Page's trampoline gold medal earlier today. And more unexpectedly, we have a Brit in the final of the men's competition. It's Zach Perzamanos from Liverpool. 7th he qualified for the 8-athlete final. Eleanor, this one is more of a surprise. How's he going to get on?
It is, yes. Zach Perzamanos is his name. He's 21, he's from Liverpool. He took up trampolining, I think basically he and his sister Holly were probably winding their parents up, so they took them off to learn trampolining. And the first time he competed, his sister beat him. So he thought, right, okay, I'm going to take this a bit seriously. So a bit of sibling rivalry there. Yeah, I mean, he won gold in the synchro event in the European Championships back in April. So this is quite a surprise. It's obviously his first Olympic Games. He did finish in 7th place. He qualified in 7th place. For this final, there are a lot of very, very serious competitors above him. The Belarusian competing as a neutral athlete here, even Litvinovic, he scored a massive 63.420 in comparison to Zach's 59.030. But Lewis Smith, as we saw this morning in the women's event, and as we've seen in qualifying, a lot can go wrong in trampolining.
It can, and I think this is kind of the trait that we're starting to see in gymnastics at the minute. You know, anything can happen. It's never over until it's over. We've seen upsets time after again. So who knows what's going to happen in this one? I think Zach's got every good a chance of winning the medal as anyone else at this point.
Question is whether he will absolutely push it to the limit, I'm guessing, to see whether he can get lots of scores from the judges, he can get his difficulty score up, because I think he's probably going to have to do that, you know, throw the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, he came into this competition not looking at getting a medal, not expecting to get a medal. He doesn't have the pressure of that on his shoulders. So I think he has an advantage of the fact that he can go out there and leave it all out there on the table. Really just go out there and do his best and, enjoy the experience. And if he comes away with something, great. If he doesn't, he's achieved his expectations of making a final.
Lewis, does that help him maybe be more relaxed in terms of his approach, the fact that there are no expectations on him? And I'm thinking almost from a gymnastics point of view, if you went into a competition where there was a lot of expectation on you, is the danger that you tense up a bit?
It was 100% easier to go into a competition or a final and not have the expectation of medals. You don't have the expectation of the governing body, you don't have the expectation of the public, the press, the people watching. The only expectation you've really got is on yourself. And if he believes he's not quite there or good enough yet to win a medal, then it's another stressful thing off his shoulders, and you can just go out there and enjoy it. It's a completely different mindset if you are expected to win medals. The whole psychology changes, and at the minute he doesn't have to bear that pressure.
Lewis and Eleanor, thank you very much. We'll be back for the bounce very shortly. Meanwhile, Jonathan Overend is at Roland Garros watching the second men's semi-final between Novak Djokovic and Lorenzo Musetti. How's it going, Jonathan?
Good evening, Kelly. Welcome inside court, Philippe Chatrier, where the sun is shining down on the stand to my right, and it's absolutely packed for this one. Djokovic, the top seed, against Musetti, a man who he knows so well and has played so many times recently, including at Wimbledon. It's 3 games all in the opening set, but Musetti has really been flying over the last couple of days. Beat Alexander Zverev in the last round, and he's played some fabulous stuff in the first 40 minutes of this semi-final. The games have been long, there have been chances for both, but it is 3 games all, with Djokovic serving first set of this semi-final for the right to play Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's final.
Gold very much in Djokovic's sights, but there is a gold medal to be won in the tennis tonight, Jonathan.
There is indeed, in the mixed doubles, absolutely. In the women's doubles, semi-finals have been happening as well, and I'm sure we've got a little interest in the men's doubles semi-final after events of last night, where Taylor Fritz and Tommy Paul were back out on court, and they lost to Matt Ebden and John Peers. Tomorrow it's the women's singles final between Zhang Qinwen and Donna Vekic, and Zhang, who beat Iga Swiatek yesterday in that big surprise, while Swiatek recovered from that to beat Anna Karolina Schmiedlova today in straight sets to secure the bronze medal in the women's singles.
Jonathan, are you aware of the off-court relationship between Katerina Siniakova and Thomas Mahac?
No, you're going to tell me. You're going to tell the story.
Well,
Go for it.
No, they are in love off the court. It's a very tennis story. It is literally a love match. That's all it was.
Very nice. I'm delighted for them.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that little play on words in. That's all there was to it, Jonathan. I'll be back with you for the real stuff for the course of the evening, as you keep an eye on everything that's happening. Novak Djokovic. BMX racing underway this evening. Team GB's Beth Shriver looking to retain her Olympic title. Kai White aiming to improve on the silver he won in Tokyo. Last night, Shriver won all 3 of her quarterfinals, so that's a smooth ride into the next round. But it wasn't as easy for Kai White. He said a back issue's been bothering him. He got 10th place finish. He does progress. It was a French clean sweep in the men's. Their riders took 1, 2 and 3 in the table to progress. So it's going to be a tough evening for them, especially for Kai White. Conor McNamara and Victoria Pendleton are going to be covering this one for us. Conor, it is going to be tricky, particularly for Kai White. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
He does, and it's funny actually the choice of words in terms of making up ground. That's so difficult to do in this sport. If you don't get off to a good start, it's very difficult to overtake. And once they hit that first corner, being on the inside lane and being able to swing around that corner has proved to be a huge advantage. And Kai White was just a fraction slow out of the blocks down that steep ramp at the start of all 3 of his races yesterday. In contrast, Beth Shriver was just flying it. And, I think it's worth saying, Kelly, unlike velodrome or road race cycling, the BMX riders, they don't pedal all the time. They pretty much spend almost as much time in the air as they do on the ground. So it's sort of sharp, short bursts of pedaling, then the timing to negotiate the bumps and the jumps, and sometimes they'll sail over 2 of those bumps in one jump. And misjudgment, though, if you come down on the upslope, that can be detrimental to speed. It makes it really exciting to watch, and Kai Hoyt will just hope to get off to a good start and be able to then force through a big finish. Semi-finals first, then the final. These races are lightning fast, so it'll all be over in the next hour or so.
Victoria, one of the things that Kai Hoyt has talked about is that he said he just wants to get to the finals. He said he wants to get it over and done with. He likes seeing the results of the work and hopes for a medal, but he said he's not big on training, that there isn't a real love for BMX racing. I mean, I can understand that from a training perspective, but is that something that do you have to love the sport in order to be able to apply yourself?
No, not really. I would say I'm not a massive cycling fan. I just really wanted to be good at something, and it was my best opportunity. But I think what he means when he says that is, some athletes really love the training, and I love the training. The physical training I really enjoyed seeing the progression and building the weights and getting faster, and that really gave me a sense of fulfillment. And then the racing was just a necessary part in order to perpetuate the lifestyle of being an athlete. But he's very much a performer, and he said that he really likes to go out and perform. So for him, it's more about getting this part done. This is his opportunity to perform and show how hard he's worked, rather than the day-to-day sort of training element of it. So it just goes to show you don't have to have exactly the same kind of likes and dislikes about your job in order to end up in the same place.
Victoria and Connor, for now, thank you very much. We'll be back with you throughout the evening watching the BMX racing, where Beth Shrever's in a great place. Kai Hoyt, as we said, with a bit of ground to make up. We'll also be back at the pool. There's a huge 20 minutes or so coming up from round about 7:30. We've got the men's 50 metres freestyle, chance of a British medal there, maybe an outside chance of a medal in the women's 200 metres backstroke, and then the men's 200 metres individual medley, where Léon Marchand goes for a 4th gold of these Olympic Games. We'll also be back at the track, where there is British interest in the women's 800 metres heat. But before we do that, we're going to head to the BBC News with Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Kelly. Good evening. The government says anyone planning to take part in violence this weekend should know that they're being watched by the police. The killing of 3 girls in Southport on Monday led to riots there and in several other areas. The former Conservative Attorney-General, Dominic Grieve, says describing rioters as far-right protesters isn't helpful.
These are people who are behaving in a fanatical and lawless fashion. They claim they are responding to their own fears about fanaticism in others, but actually their behaviour is just as fanatical and as completely disregarding of the rule of law on which our society depends. And that's the thing I would focus on. It's the lawlessness.
The Kremlin's admitted that a convicted hitman released as part of a prisoner exchange was a Russian FSB agent. Vadim Krasikov was serving life in Germany for the murder of a former Chechen rebel commander in 2019. The army has apologised to a black female soldier who was subjected to years of racist abuse and bullying. Kerry Ann Knight, who's 33, was the face of British Army recruitment campaigns. She took her case to an employment tribunal and has accepted a substantial settlement from the Ministry of Defence. The former Cabinet Minister Robert Jenrick says the Conservatives can win the next general election, but they need to confront some hard truths. He started his campaign to take over from Rishi Sunak as Tory leader. And Justin Timberlake has had his driving licence suspended in the state of New York after pleading not guilty to a drink driving charge. His lawyer denies that the singer was under the influence while driving.
So what have you got, Andy Murray? What have you got left?
Welcome to Sporting Giants, Andy Murray.
His famous old centre court could be about to go crazy.
He is the world's #1 British man, has just won Wimbledon.
A brand new podcast series celebrating British tennis icon Andy Murray.
Sporting Giants, Andy Murray.
Relive the triumphs and tears from a tennis career like no other.
I don't know whether you realise what you've done.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. I tried my best.
Listen only on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Cates.
From BBC Radio 5 Live.
Big night of sport to come, and already we've seen Gemma Reekie win her 800 metres heat. She spoke to Sarah Mulcairns afterwards.
Yeah, Gemma, that looked very smooth, very controlled. Was it always the plan to lead out from the front like that?
No, it wasn't the plan today, but yeah, I'm learning to
take it as it comes and see what throws at me, and I'm in good shape to have confidence to run out whatever way.
Yeah, how much did that time, particularly in London a couple of weeks ago, bore you ahead of these Olympics?
Yeah, I think I needed that run out in London, and it shows when I'm at, and yeah, hopefully got a bit more, but I know I've got to negotiate those semis. It'll be tough, so yeah, but I'm excited.
And finally, a lot of talk about this track. How does it feel underfoot?
Oh, it's so nice. It feels fast, so I think those finals are going to go fast.
Good luck in the semi-final.
Thank you.
And remember, we've got 2 more Brits to come in the 800 metres heats. Very shortly, we'll bring you the action from the Stade de France. In the meantime, back to the BMX, where it's about to get underway. Conor McNamara.
Yes, the first run of the first heat is in progress, and Team GB's Kai White will be up next in the semi-finals. First run, heat 2. He certainly has a point to prove. You mentioned earlier on about injury concerns, but Victoria Pendleton, this is the night that the medals are going to be handed out. This is what all the work, all the preparation has been for, and Kai White has got to throw everything at this performance to try and get into the final.
It's all about commitment, 100% commitment for this race, but I still think there's a possibility because anything can happen in BMX racing.
So they've just come through. Joris Daudet of France has won the first run, first heat. There is also a French rider in the race against Kai White coming up shortly, but back to Kelly for now.
And back to the Bercy Arena, where Lewis Smith and Eleanor Oldroyd are ready to watch the trampolining.
What a morning we had in the Bercy Arena this morning, watching Bryony Page completing the full set of Olympic medals. Lewis winning a gold medal to follow up from her bronze medal that she won in Tokyo, and the silver that she got in Rio. And the scenes in here were just absolutely joyous, and lots of British fans in the arena to watch her win that gold medal, as there are this evening to cheer on Zach Perzamanos.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot more Brits come out the woodworks. There's a lot more Union Jack flags, and it's nice to see them kind of come out and get behind the Brits, especially when you're in France. But I'm excited. I'm pumped up after Bryony's medal, and yeah, it's made me feel like anything's possible. So come on, Zach.
Yeah. So if you weren't listening this morning or listening to us earlier on, and you don't really know what to look out for here, well, this is all about obviously bouncing on the trampoline, but you're judged on 10 different skills, which have the categories of difficulty, execution, time of flight, so how high you get, how long you spend in the air, and your horizontal displacement. And you can get big deductions if you go too far off the centre of the trampoline bed. So in the middle of the bed is a square with a cross in the middle, and ideally you stay as close to that as possible.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good format as well in terms of dividing up the bed and knowing kind of which category you might go in and get the deductions from. So I really like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, these spotters around the trampoline, it must be terrifying to have a human being coming down from 15 feet up in the air, and you've got to try and catch them.
Yeah.
What a responsibility.
There's also a spider cam above the arena as well, which seems to come quite low. But when, as they say, Lewis, they can reach 8 metres in height, which apparently is the height of 2 elephants standing on top of each other, as we were learning this morning.
Poor elephants.
But Zach Perzamanos of Liverpool has got a big smile on his face, the 21-year-old in his first Olympic Games. He'll start by just getting some height, just getting a bit of elevation and a bit of just a sense of momentum going, so he can start on his big skills. So 20 seconds to do those 10 different tumbles and turns and somersaults in the air. Just winding up now.
Opens with a 1.5 twist in front, triple pike. Triple pike 1.5 turn. Another triple pike half turn. 1.5 twist and double pike forward. He's going well. He's staying relatively in the middle of the cross. Come on, Zach. He's done it.
Well, I got to say, if we're looking for staying within that crucial zone, hitting the mark every time, he did an excellent job in that. Not too many deductions we wouldn't have thought. We'll get the scores in just a second while we wait for that. Let's get to Conor McNamara.
At the BMX Racing, this is the men's semi-final, and it is Kai White's big moment. having finished 5th in his first run yesterday, improved to finish 3rd in the second run. He was helped by some fallers in that race, and now he is there with his wheels up against the gate of the ramp. The gate will go down in a moment. The riders will be away. Romain Mathieu of France gets a big cheer from the crowd. He is the home favourite. Frenchman Daudet went around the track in just over 31 seconds, which is really fast in the first semi-final run. But now it is the opportunity for Kai White to show us what he can do. The start is so important. Up on this raised, elevated platform, they will come thundering down the ramp, and it's a race to get to the turn first. It's a key element. Here they go. Kai White wearing all dark navy. Dark cap on as well as he tries to get out of the blocks quickly and veers in field. It's a good start here for Kai White as he comes over a huge leap towards the first turn, and he's in 3rd place, just pushed out into 4th and now 5th. He lost a bit of ground there on the turn, Victoria Pendleton.
Still chasing back though. There are 3 riders in very close position to him, so he has got a chance to work through. If he can just work this next jump section and get through the final bend.
Into the final bend, dropping the outside foot, leaning into the turn, but he's lost more ground there. This is not going well for Kai White, trying to recover. He's overtaken up into about 5th place, but a shake of the head. Disappointment for Kai White. He gets 2 more runs, but this first run has not gone the way Kai White would have wanted.
I think again he was boxed out a little bit there. It seemed like a good start, but he was right on the outside of the track as well, so he chose one of the positions on the edge and he got squeezed up around the bend. But yeah, there's still 2 more chances to get some points and make it through to that final. So.
Right, disappointing for Kai White there. We've got Bet Schriever coming up shortly. He does get 2 more chances, but for now it is not the score that he would need to bring him into the final.
Conor and Victoria, for now, thank you very much. The scores are in at the trampolining. Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, Zach Pazamanos scored 59.840, which is an increase on his qualifying marks earlier on in the day. We've just seen the Colombian Angel Hernandez, who looked to be going absolutely beautifully, and then he just bounced right off the trampoline bed.
Yeah, that last jump that he did, he went right to the edge and he couldn't keep it on the bed, and he somersaulted literally off the trampoline, and he was devastated. He had his hands on his head, and I reckon that would have been enough to gone in front of Zach. But it just goes to show, when it comes to an Olympic final, it really comes down to who can hold their nerve and deliver under the pressure.
And sometimes, as they say in sports like snowboarding and other high-risk sports, you've got to go big or go home. And I think Angel Hernandez went big, and he might be going home empty-handed. Kelly.
Thank you very much. We will keep you up to date with how that competition progresses. We're going to head back to the Stade de France, though, where Phoebe Gill has gone in her 800 metres heat. Let's rejoin Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry.
Yeah, literally, Kelly, the 17-year-old, born in St Albans, she attends St George's School in Harpenden. She's doing her A-levels, has qualified for the semi-finals of the women's 800 metres. She came 3rd in her heat. She ran less than 1 second outside of her lifetime best. And Alison, she was out of an automatic qualifying position. Ellie's talking about their going big or going home. Phoebe Gill, wow, ran beyond her years there. Absolutely astonishing from the 17-year-old, the youngest member of the British athletics team.
Yeah, a huge amount of maturity. You know, this time last year, she was winning a Commonwealth Games, Youth Games title. You know, the year before that, it was the English schools. You know, what we have seen from Phoebe Gill this year, and I must say, swimming's loss is athletics gain, because she was a very good swimmer when she was young. I say young, she's still only 17. But she came here, held her own, stayed out of trouble. And as you said, she dropped down into 4th place just when you thought she was just starting to drop down the field. Lamotte swept past her, the French girl, and the noise was just electric here in the stadium. And she just rallied. That last 150 went wide. She's such a lovely athlete to watch. And she really did look so good. Cracking. She's got a day's rest now, and she's through to the semi-final at the age of 17.
And then up next it's Keely Hodgkinson, who got silver in Tokyo, but since then she's been on fantastic form. She comes into this these Olympics at just the right time.
Yeah, I mean, she's having a sensational year this year, Kelly. As you said, it was silver last time around in Tokyo. That was probably when she burst onto the scene. Many people outside of athletics had never heard of her. And she was one athlete who gained from that year delay because of COVID. Because I think had it been in 2020, maybe she would have struggled to get onto the podium at the age of 18. But 19, that extra year just seemed to help her, and it's been silver ever since there. Silver at the Commonwealth Games, silver twice at the World Championships, but this year heading the field, British record holder. She's absolutely having an awesome year.
Alison Kirbishley, Catherine Merry at the Stade de France. We'll be back with them very shortly. And of course, athletics underway today. But Great Britain's men and women are both already through to the hockey quarterfinals. The men have one more game to play. They're up against medal contenders Germany. The winner is guaranteed top spot in their pool. Sarah Orchard is watching this one for us. And Britain are looking to back up their win against the host, Sarah, because they did it in such style. Can they take that momentum into this one?
I mean, yeah, Kelly, this is actually a really lovely game for Great Britain to have because they've already qualified. They've been playing really well, and actually there's no real disasters whatever the result of this unless they get absolutely thumped by the Germans, and Great Britain, they're ranked above them. I've sat and I've been poring over the tables, and what I can tell you is that if Great Britain win today, because this is the final match of the whole men's hockey pool stage, if they win today they're going to play Argentina. If they lose or draw, they're going to be playing India. It means they're going to avoid either Belgium or Australia, the two sides they probably wouldn't want to play.
Thank you very much for that. Sarah's going to keep us up to date with Great Britain against Germany. Back at the track, Keely Hodgkinson is about to get her heat underway. Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry.
Yes, Kelly, she's been introduced on the two big screens here at the Stade de France. She gives a double-handed wave, a kiss to the camera. Keely Hodgkinson is ready to rock and roll. Is this the time she upgrades from silver to gold? Uthing Mo, the American athlete that's beaten her at the last three global championships, isn't here. The American fell at their cutthroat US trials. Keely Hodgkinson is the world leader. Keely Hodgkinson is the sixth fastest athlete of all time, and she lines up in lane number 6. Nia Akins of the USA is outsider in 7, and Adele Tracy, the transferee from Great Britain, runs for Jamaica in lane number 8. They're the key players in this heat number 4. A reminder, the first three guaranteed a place in the semi-finals on Sunday. Gemma Reekie and Phoebe Gill are already qualified, and now Keely Hodgkinson, at just 22 years old, is ready to rock and roll in the dark blue Team GB strip, the long blonde ponytail. She sways her hips from side to side, the bright orange spikes, and they're going to be brought to their marks as a rare hush goes around the 80,000 in Stade de France here this evening. So the gun goes, Hodgkinson going out nicely, smoothly, swiftly, 154.61 this season. Alison Kirbishley, look at the season's best and the lifetime best of those in this fourth heat. There's nobody near Keely Hodgkinson as she swings down the back straight and comfortably slots herself in the leading position.
No, there's two other women in this field that joined her in the final at the World Championships last year. Nia Akins of America, the American champion. She finished down in 6th place last year at the Worlds. And Adele Tracy represented Great Britain for so many years, but since she switched allegiance to Jamaica, her career's taken another level. The 31-year-old, she also made the final last year of the World Champs. But yeah, Keely Hodgkinson, this should just be in the same way that Josh Kerr showed this morning. It should just be a walk in the park. She's controlling it right from the front. She's got Katrina Bissett from Australia just behind her, but very much Keely Hodgkinson.
Yeah, just under 60 seconds at the 400-metre point. Keely Hodgkinson sitting on the outside line of lane number 1. There's still a lot of traffic, but just wait for the burn-up, because Keely Hodgkinson has many, many gears. She's becoming this season, in my opinion, Mo Farah-esque. She can win 800-metre races in many different ways. Down the back straight, the Lee Harriers athlete on the shoulder of Akins, the American. There's still 5 athletes in this one. First 3 automatically qualifying, but in total control with 200 metres to go, Hodgkinson.
Yeah, absolutely. She's hit the front now. She knows what she's got to do, just finish in that solid 3, and I can't see Keely now not letting this relinquish this race. She's just looking up at the screen. She's got time to do that as she swings into the home straight.
Keely Hodgkinson, smoothly done, a 2-metre lead. Those behind chasing for one of those automatic qualifying spots. Aikens, the American's going to be there. Keely Hodgkinson wins, 1:59.32 seconds. Wow, you're nearly 5 seconds down on your lifetime best that you've set this year. Let's just call that, Kelly, a walk in the park.
Thank you very much for that, Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley there. Kath describing Keely Hodgkinson as Mo Farah-esque. We will definitely come back to that point over the coming days. Let's head back to Roland Garros and check in on Novak Djokovic with Jonathan Overend.
Well, if that was a walk in the park for Keely Hodgkinson, this for Novak Djokovic was a little bit of a sort of muddy hike, maybe with a few little bushes and prickles and brambles to wade through. It was a tough first set, but he's won it 6-4 against Lorenzo Musetti, who was playing some brilliant tennis, the Italian, earlier in the set, but crumbled from 40-love up on his own serve in the very last game. That was the only break of the set, and it was in the last game from 40-love up. No wonder he was annoyed and trashing his racket at the sit-down. So Djokovic with the first set of the semi-final, 6-4.
Thank you, Jonathan. An update from the trampolining now, Eleanor Oldroyd.
And Zach Pazamanos of Liverpool has dropped down to third place with 3 more still to go. And we were talking just now about how risky it is, the spotters standing around the trampoline. We've just seen Dylan Schmidt of New Zealand bounce right off the trampoline and almost on top of one of the spotters. They put a mattress out to break his fall, but he actually went right off the side of the trampoline, Lewis, and we all went, oh my God, what is happening?
Do you know what? It's so deceiving sitting side on, because I thought he was coming back down onto the trampoline and landing normally, and then all of a sudden he landed off the trampoline. So that was that was quite terrifying, I'm not going to lie. And he was definitely bouncing the highest at the competition so far.
So with 3 to go, still bronze medal position for Zach Pazamanos, but in that 3, our local hero Pierre Gouzou of France, Ivan Litvinovic, who is the Olympic champion, and the highly fancied Portuguese gymnast Gabriel Albuquerque. So China in 1 and 2 at the moment with Wang Zizai and Yan Lang Yu, the Olympic. There's 3 world championships between the 3 of them. So I think they are going to be the favourites to certainly occupy the top 2 places or be on the podium in some order. We will see Pierre Gouzou then, the French gymnast, getting a really good reception, as you'll hear. But back to you for the moment, Kelly.
Eleanor and Lewis, thank you very much. BMX women's semi-final about to get underway. Victoria and Conor McNamara.
Yes, we've just had the first run. Saya Sakibara of Australia, who is one of the big rivals for Bet Shriver here for gold in Paris at the BMX racing, has just won her first race. Time of 34.16, which is fast, but coming up very shortly now, we are going to see Bethany Shriver, who won all 3 of her runs yesterday. Can she keep that form up?
I hope so. I mean, it's quite good that in her heat she hasn't got Saya Sakibara of Australia or Elise Willoughby. They're both running in this first heat there, so hopefully she'll have quite a straightforward time qualifying through into the main final. I'm very confident. She was beaming with confidence yesterday.
The riders start on the high elevated platform. They come charging down onto the track, which is like a big double S. They negotiate a series of bumps and jumps down a sort of a straight, then into a turn called a berm. There's 3 of these berms, tall banked corners, slopes that the riders use to increase speed on the turn. And Bethany Shriver is up in just a few minutes now, hoping to reach tonight's final of the BMX racing.
Conor and Victoria, thank you very much for that. We'll keep you up to date with the BMX. We'll keep you up to date with everything that's happening in the Stade de France in the athletics. We'll keep you up to date with Novak Djokovic's progress at Roland Garros in the tennis. And of course, we'll keep you up to date on the trampolining and see if Zach Pazamanos can hold on to third place, which he currently occupies. But there is a busy, half an hour or so coming up in the pool. It all gets underway in just under 10 minutes with the men's 50 metres freestyle. Then straight after that is the women's 200 metres backstroke, which has Katie Shanahan, Honey Osrin, Kaylee McKeown goes in that one as well, a real star of the sport in the women's 200 metres backstroke. And then at 7:45, it's the men's 200 metres individual medley, where Léon Marchand goes for his 4th gold medal of these games, but Duncan Scott and Tom Dean provide British interest in that race. British interest in the opening race, the men's 50 metres freestyle, is provided by Ben Proud. He's reached the 50 metres free at all majors. That's the Olympics, the World Championships, the European Championships and the Commonwealth Games since 2014. So that, Steve Parry, should make him pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so nervous for Ben right now. This is the only thing that's missing.
So he's
from
confident
his CV.
and you're nervous.
He looked confident yesterday. I couldn't be more nervous. I mean, I think the next 30 minutes makes or breaks British swimming's meet here. They've got 3 options to pick up medals, but it could quite easily be 3 donuts or 3 medals. It's that close.
It is going to be a very tense night for Team GB. This is, as Steve's saying, make or break in terms of their games. On Ben Proud, I was just wondering, Karen, about his training regime, which I will ask you about very shortly, because we're going to head back to the BMX and Conor McNamara.
And it's time for Beth Shriver to get the first run of her semi-final. Late evening sunshine in this part of Paris, out near Versailles. This is what the photographers call the golden hour. The low sun breaking through the open sides of this roofed arena, and the wheels are up against the ramp. This is a rigorous test for the best BMX racers in the world. Beth Shriver wearing the dark navy with the red trim. She had the choice of which gate she would come out of. She's chosen number 6, which is close to the centre of the track. She'll have riders either side of her. The number 911 on the plate to the front of her bike, and she's underway and accelerating, and a good start for Beth Shriver as she comes over the first 2 jumps and hits the first turn in the lead.
She's in the lead again, just taking the race on, in the lead from the start, making huge jumps over the course, making as much ground as possible.
Soaring over the tabletops, gap jump to propel between 2 bumps in succession. She's opened up a lead of 10, 15 metres now into the final third. Beth Shriver is on a roll here. This is even more impressive than the qualifying yesterday. She wins by a mile, and the time 34.8 is right up there with the Australian from the first heat. That is what Beth Shriver wanted to do. First of 3 runs completed, and that couldn't have got any better.
It was textbook. Led from the start, dominant, strong over all the jumps, got some massive height. It wasn't even, no one was anywhere near her really. They couldn't keep up.
She finished almost a second and a half ahead of her nearest rival Molly Simpson, which is an enormity of time in BMX racing. The entire race is over in the blink of an eye, but throughout it wasn't just that she got off to a great start or had a great middle or had a great end. On all these stages of the race she kept increasing her lead.
Yeah, very dominant, incredibly dominant. Yes, fingers crossed for the next 2 rounds.
Beth Shriver's looking good, Kelly, at the BMX.
Thank you very much, Connor and Victoria. Back to the Bercy Arena and the trampolining with Lewis Smith and Eleanor Oldroyd.
A lot of people looking up to the skies to see the score for Ivan Litvinovich, the reigning Olympic champion, who goes into first place on the leaderboard with a massive score of 63.090, ahead of Wang Zizai of China and his teammate Yang Lu, also of China. And it just knocks Zach Pozamanos of Liverpool down into 4th position, but with 1 gymnast to go. I mean, you've got to say well done to Zach, who went first, set the tone, hard to go first, but he stayed up there and thereabouts for a long time, Lewis, in this competition, and we know he will be the most successful male British trampoline gymnast at the Olympic Games in history, because the previous best was 6th for Lee Brearley in Sydney.
Yeah, I think when you look at what he's achieved, you know, the only takeaways you can have are positive. You know, it's his debut games. He's currently in 4th, and he's come out and he's absolutely smashed it. Just the last guy left. He's bouncing all over.
Oh, he could go off the mat as well. I mean, they've got these mattresses. They're like kind of baby cot mattresses on the side of the trampolines, and you just grit your teeth. We're biting our nails watching Gabrielle Albuquerque from Watch. He managed somehow not to go off the trampoline, but that was close.
That was very close. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the judges score. I think it's a very realistic opportunity for Zach to stay in 4th and to just be outside a bronze medal on his debut games.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible performance really by Zach, as you say, at 21 years old. I mean, I wonder whether he was given a little bit of boost. I wonder whether back in the village they'll have been watching Bryony Page's performance from this morning.
I think so. I mean, it's hard to escape news like that when it's your teammate. I mean, I remember warming up in the warm-up gym at the Rio Olympic Games and hearing Max had just got a gold on floor, and I was trying to stay focused and I was trying to stay in my own bubble, but you can't escape, the roar and the crowd, and you want to have a little peek at the TV, and yeah, so he'll definitely feel that sense of inspiration hearing Bryony getting the gold.
Yeah. Well, Gabrielle Albuquerque is just sitting now down in the kiss and cry corner. Actually, I'm assuming that's what it's called in trampolining. It's what it's called in figure skating anyway. 59 points, 740. So that means that Zach Pazamanos finishes in 4th place. What an achievement for the 21-year-old. And just ahead of him, this puts this into perspective, are the reigning Olympic champion Ivan Litvinovich of Belarus, competing as a neutral athlete, and then the 2 Chinese gymnasts, the world silver medalist from China, 18-year-old Wang Zizai, and then the double world champion Yang Lang Yu Kelly. So Zach Pazamanos of Great Britain finishes in 4th place. And well, we will expect great things from him in 4 years' time in Los Angeles. But that is a great performance from him. The best ever performance by a men's trampoline gymnast from Great Britain.
Eleanor and Lewis at the Bercy Arena, thank you very much for that. As you said, a great performance from Zach Pazamanos, but not enough to get a medal for him. But Great Britain could potentially get a medal in the pool this evening, maybe in the men's 50 metres freestyle, where Ben Proud will be going in about 5 minutes' time. I was going to ask you, Karen Pickering, about his training regime. I haven't forgotten. I'm going to come back to it. But first, we're going to go to Roland Garros and talk to Jonathan Overend.
Break each way at the start of this second set. 1 game all. Second semi-final of the men's singles between Novak Djokovic and Lorenzo Musetti. They met at the French Open. They met at Wimbledon. And they're meeting again at the Olympics. It's a really good match. So after the first 9 games, when with serve, the last 3 have all been breaks. 1 set to Djokovic, 1 set all in the second.
There's a goal. Well, there isn't a goal at the hockey. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, thanks ever so much, Kelly. It's Great Britain 0, Germany 0. The ball did go into the German goal, but it went to a referral, and it was deemed that it had touched a Great Britain foot inside of the D, so no goal can be scored. So we're back underway. We've still got 4 minutes of the first quarter to go. Of course, remember, this is quite a relaxed affair here, Kelly, because Great Britain, they're already through to the quarterfinals. This will just determine who they're going to be facing on Sunday. So Great Britain 0, Germany 0.
Thank you, Sarah. I look forward to hearing from you throughout the evening. Karen, tell me about Ben Proud's training. This is going to have to be amazing.
I can't take this build up.
So, look, he goes off, doesn't he, on his own, really?
He does. He was born in London but grew up in Malaysia, and then he did his building, I suppose, in Plymouth as a kid at the Plymouth College, great grounding. Then he moved to Turkey and has been training over there. And over the years, as he's got older, more mature, his training has just got smarter, and he does more and more land training, less and less pool training. The training he does do in the pool is all about the most beautiful, perfect technique. You watch these guys and you think it's just power and splash, but inside of that is they're just looking to be the absolute best they can be with every single stroke, and absolutely perfect and the most hydrodynamic through the water, and he's the master of that in training. And has really changed sprint training. He's been leading the way in changing sprint training, and then Cameron McAvoy has come along and taking it to a whole other level. He's been moving around the world looking at different ways of training, and spent a lot of time with Ben Proud and got a lot of ideas with what he's doing. So he's really revolutionised it. And it's why these swimmers are able to carry on so much longer as well, because their training is more interesting, more varied, better on their body and their physiques, and they can keep it going. But it's such an intense race because there's just no room for mistakes.
There is absolutely no room for error. It's an absolutely stacked field here. Caleb Dressel goes, who is the Olympic record holder. Florent Manodou is swimming for France as well. And this crowd, we have to say, is electric this evening. It's been brilliant throughout the whole meet, but particularly to that section up to in the left-hand corner where the France fans assemble. They have been bouncing. Have you noticed they've switched the music up tonight? So it's been just a little bit more intense. They had AC/DC on. They were playing Highway to Hell earlier. This is heavy metal swimming that we're seeing in this swimming pool. And heavy metal, don't write in and tell me it's heavy metal. It's not heavy metal. I know it's not really heavy metal. People are going to be music nerds about it and send me letters in green ink, aren't they? But anyway, it was just to coin a phrase, and it has been fantastic swimming. It's because Léon Marchand is in action as well. 7:45 for him, and as he goes for his 4th Olympic medal, Olympic gold medal of this meet. A women's 200 metre backstroke at 7:37. We are heading in to a really busy, a really intense 20 minutes, and this evening is just about underway, and they're about to come out for the men's 50 metres freestyle. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Thank you, Kelly. The Paris La Défense arena erupts. It is absolutely crackling with excitement and tension tonight, partly because Léon Marchand is swimming again and going for that 4th gold medal at this Games. That'll be in about 15 minutes time, but they've got a big hope in this race as well. Florent Manodou, who was one of the flag bearers at the opening ceremony, the 33-year-old, the gold medalist in this event at London 2012. He's won silver in it at the last 2 Olympics, and here he comes, very coolly strutting out into the arena, a smirk across his face. He is statuesque. He looks like he's been sculpted by the gods, Manodou. Headphones just balanced on top of his dark blue swimming cap. Cool as a cucumber, Steve Parry.
Yeah, I think that's pretty ominous there. He looks like he belongs there. He looks like he's reveling in the atmosphere as well. And he won from an outside lane in 2012. 12 years ago in London, he won from an outside lane. I think he fancies it here.
Florent Manodou will swim in lane 1. Next to be brought into the arena, Kelly's already mentioned him, the Olympic champion, a bombastic arrival, both arms in the air, jumps into a skip, goes bouncing across the pool deck. Caleb Dressel has swum in 8 Olympic finals and has never been beaten. Can Ben Proud for Great Britain beat him tonight? This could be an incredible story. Swimming in lane 6, Karen, Jordan Crooks of the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, the 22-year-old, and if he can win a medal for the Cayman Islands tonight, it would be the first Olympic medal in any sport for someone from the Cayman Islands.
Italy have a swimmer in the race. He's on his way out. Game face on, Leonardo De Plano. 2 more to come, and then we're going to get underway in the splash and dash. The swimmers away to our right-hand side, unusually. They only swim 1 length of the pool, so they start away to our right and come flying down from right to left across us. Cam McAvoy, the Australian, 4th Olympics for him, the 30-year-old. His preparation for this Games has purely been about winning this event. And here he is, last out, Ben Proud of Great Britain. Doesn't even have the goggles on at the moment, looking incredibly relaxed. And he's getting ready to go.
I'm giggling. He looks like he's just going for a swim, year 6 at school. He's got his white towel in his pocket. He hasn't got his cap on, hasn't got his goggles on. The way that these swimmers are coming out, totally different. You know, if you saw Caleb Dressel, is absolutely bouncing there. McAvoy comes out and says, come on, the Aussie. And then there we got Ben Proud. Ben needs this, guys. I feel like he needs this medal for his CV.
Ben gives me anxiety every time he comes out for his races because he makes them wait so long. He's not ready, doesn't have his goggles out. It makes me nervous.
Right, he's getting ready now and he's doing it quickly. The coat comes off. He's still got a long sleeve black top on. Jogging bottoms coming off. Goggles are now on. Florent Manodou's giving it a thunderclap over in lane 1. He is absolutely revving it up inside the arena. Manodou in 1, Dressel in 2, De Plano the Italian in 3, Ben Proud still getting ready, making everyone wait, taking the t-shirt off now in lane 4, McAvoy of Australia in 5, Jordan Crooks of the Cayman Islands in 6, Golomev of Greece, Christian Golomev in 7, and Josh Liendo, the young Canadian, in lane 8. Blink and you will miss it. Here we go, deep breaths everyone. Ben Proud swimming for gold. Fastest in the semi-finals, level with Cam McAvoy. Proud in lane 4, McAvoy in lane 5. Adrenaline will be absolutely coursing through their bodies. And now the arena drops to a hush. Proud is first to step up onto the diving blocks. McAvoy is going to wait. The swimmers will get into the diving position. And we're just about ready to go in the men's 50 metres freestyle final. They're underway. Ben Proud throws himself into lane 4, quickly into his stroke, powering down this pool in a whirl of white water. You can throw a blanket across the whole lot of them. Ben Proud is in the mix here, but there's danger everywhere for him. McAvoy leading it on his left-hand side. Manadou is close as well. Ben Proud's in there. He's in the mix, but he won't get the gold. He'll get the silver. Ben Proud adds an Olympic medal to his CV. Can McAvoy, the Australian, he is the one who takes the gold, and the French fans can celebrate as well, because Florent Manadou came screaming down lane 1 to take the bronze. It was McAvoy and Proud head-to-head all the way to the touch, and it's McAvoy who is named the Olympic champion. But Ben Proud, 4th in Rio, 5th in Tokyo, is on the podium in Paris. He wins a silver medal.
Oh, that is a thing of beauty. Ben Proud, the humble British swimmer, he's delivered for years and years, and he was just missing that medal. I'm so happy for him, and he's done it in an absolute quality time as well. He was only 5/100ths off the gold, and there's stories everywhere here. Florent Manadou for France, he's come back 33 years of age. I can see why he's a housewife's favourite, that fella. I mean, he's not a bad-looking fella either, is he? But what an amazing 1, 2, 3.
I was watching his sister Laura, who's up in the stands just behind us with French TV, and he was much calmer than she was. She had her hands over her face before he came out. Obviously delighted now, but I'm so happy. You know, there's so many stories in that, but that's a great one, and just an inspiration for swimmers to keep going. 4 Olympics, 4 medals. But my heart was with Ben Proud all the way, and he's on the podium at the Olympic Games. I'm so happy.
Ben Proud said in the build-up to this, "I'm not fixated on medals." Bet he is now.
Well, as if he said, "I'm not fixated on medals." That's his job, to win medals.
I promise you, he said, "I'm not fixated on medals. I'm very happy with my career." And he talked about how it really helps him to kind of be a little bit focused on stuff outside and get a bit of perspective. We'll come back to that, but we've got to get to the drama in the BMX with Victoria Pendleton and Conor McNamara.
Oh, it is real drama, Kelly. Kai White from Peckham fell as soon as he reached the bottom of the starting ramp. He did not get off to a good start. He was towards the rear of the field. We still haven't seen a slow motion action replay of it, but the bike just crumpled underneath him. He does not finish the second run, and his chances of reaching the final are in an enormous jeopardy now. Victoria Pendleton.
Yeah, we're just seeing the slow motion now there. It was 2 riders kind of squeezed him out, and then just, I think he may have clipped wheels with the rider in front, but he hit the deck really hard actually, and there are some concerned faces in the crowd. I'd like to see him up on his feet. We don't know quite how he's doing yet.
It's an exhilarating sport to watch. It is also very dangerous. We have seen crashes in so many of the races over last night and tonight already, and Kai White, who was preparing to give it everything, just seems to have collided with a rider immediately in front of him. The bike crumpling underneath, and because he'd just come down that steep ramp, he's at an enormous pace as his body goes down underneath the bike. So disappointment for Kai White. We'll wait to see how the other run goes to see where he stands overall, but his chances of reaching the final are very slim now.
Can you just give us the numbers on that, Conor? Have you got them in front of you?
They're slow to bring it up because whenever there's a crash on the track, they sort of focus on that and clearing it and getting it ready for the next race. So we're waiting for our computers to update here. Just waiting for the scores. They haven't come through on my screen yet. Sorry, Kelly.
Conor, thank you very much. But as soon as they come up, then Conor and Victoria will bring us up to date with everything that's happening there. But as he said, the first priority is to make sure that if after a crash that everybody's all right, and then they'll get to the numbers after that. There's another race coming up for us, Alistair Bruce Ball.
2 Britons in the final. We're on to the women's 200 metres backstroke. Steve Parry said 10 minutes or so ago this 20 minutes could make or break the meet for Great Britain at this Olympic Games. It has started extremely well. Ben Proud powering his way down the pool to a silver medal, his first ever Olympic medal. Cannot wait to hear from him in conversation with Sharon Davis later on. So the women's 200 metres backstroke final is next. 4 lengths of the pool. As I say, 2 Brits in the final. Katie Shanahan, the 20-year-old Scot, will swim in lane 1. Honey Osrin, the 21-year-old British champion, 13th fastest in the world, Steve, coming into the Olympic Games. We have seen 2 stunning swims from her in this event so far.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, hasn't she? On her debut, she has just shown no fear at all. And her third 50 yesterday in the semi, it was absolutely world class. She took the rest of the field apart. I think her problem against this field, it'll be holding on that last 50. She is the talk of the town, though, in the swimming community, though. People have been presenting physical evidence that she went beyond 15 metres on her start the other day, Karen.
Yeah, they have, but she'll put that all behind her. It's interesting, on times, she's not in the mix of best times, but as we've seen here, times aren't really mattering. It's about the race, and that's what she's really good at.
Looking forward to a great race here. Katie Shanahan for Great Britain in lane 1. Kylie Moss, the 28-year-old Canadian, silver medalist in Tokyo in 2. Honey Osrin, again, of Great Britain in 3. Phoebe Bacon, the American, one of the favourites in 4. Kaylee McKeown, the Olympic champion, the Australian, trying to repeat her double in the 100 and 200 backstroke at this Games. Peng Shu Wei of China in 6. Regan Smith, real challenger for the medals as well, the 22-year-old American in 7. And Anastasia Shkurdai in lane 8. The whistle takes the swimmers into the water. They turn and face the wall. Familiar setup for a backstroke race. They use that diving ledge to rest their feet on. Grab the arms of the diving board and throw themselves backwards into the Olympic pool. Huge roars will greet them as they emerge within 15 metres of the start of the race. Everyone was absolutely safe there. Kaylee McKeown, the Australian, already out in front early on. Kylie Moss, the Canadian, going well. Shanahan and Osrin for Great Britain. Those two actually pretty much neck and neck, the 2 Brits.
Yeah, it's been a great start from Kylie Moss. She is probably better known as a 100-metre backstroker, so you can see that in the speed in the early stages of this race. She'll know that there'll be swimmers coming back at her in the closing stages. Regan Smith, one of those, she's going well too. She's a former world record holder at this event.
Yeah, Regan Smith, silver in the 100 metres backstroke. Silver in the 200 metres butterfly as well, swimming beautifully for the USA in lane 7, and we can see she is just out in front. It is Moss, McKeown and Smith at the moment at the front of this race, and the British swimmers 2 or 3 metres behind, just over 100 metres to go. Katie Shanahan over in lane 1, just about level with Honey Osrin, but falling behind, and it is Regan Smith at that turn, Karen, who comes out in front.
Yeah, Regan Smith has exceptional underwater work as a fly specialist as well. She's superb at that. But Kaylee McKeown, she is such a gritty swimmer, so you know she's going to be tough in the closing stages. Phoebe Bacon still in the mix in this race.
Yeah, Phoebe Bacon in the bronze medal position. Kylie Moss going really well in lane 2. Honey Osrin and Katie Shanahan are going to have to find something if they want to shout for any sort of medal here. It's not going to be gold. Kaylee McKeown, the Olympic champion, trying to do the double again, emerges from underneath the water. She has a clear lead over Phoebe Bacon, but I'll tell you what, it's Regan Smith in lane 7 who's just edging ahead of McKeown now, and it's going to be very close between those two. McKeown fighting back just ahead of Smith. Those two duking it out for the gold medal here. The British swimmers Shanahan and Osrin are not going to be on the podium. McKeown's found the speed, 7-8 metres to go. McKeown, I think, is going to get the touch. Regan Smith will take the silver. There's a right old battle for the bronze as well. That will go to Kylie Moss. Katie Shanahan just touches before Honey Osrin in the race. Osrin finishes 7th, Shanahan 5th, and Kaylee McKeown, Kelly does the double-double. The 100 metres and 200 metres backstroke in Tokyo, and she's done it again here in Paris.
Alistair, for now, thank you very much. We'll be back very shortly for the men's 200 metres individual medley. The British interest there, Duncan Scott and Tom Dean, and of course a French national treasure in Léon Marchand goes for his 4th gold medal of these games. Let's head back to BMX. Conor McNamara, we'll get the times in a second, but first of all, an update on Kai White and how he is.
Yes, so Kai White, who did not finish his second run, a heavy crash right at the start of the race, and the delay to proceedings here because he's had to be stretchered away from the arena. He did go down very heavily. Of course, huge medical facilities and staff available at all Olympic events, and he was very quickly, and we hope just as precautionary, put onto that stretcher to be removed from the arena. But Kai White, who by default finishes in 8th position, he's not given a time. It's a do not finish. The winning time of 32 seconds, 0.01 for Sylvain André of France, and it means that in the overall standings, Kai White would be second from bottom now. Needs to finish in the top 8 of the 16 riders to get into the final, but for the moment his participation in the third run here of the semi is very much in doubt, having been removed from the arena on a stretcher. Our thoughts with Kai White at the moment, and we hope he's okay.
Connor, thank you very much for that. Let's head to the men's hockey. It's Great Britain against Germany, and there's been a goal. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, goal for Germany in this final match of the entire pool stage of the men's Olympic hockey tournament. Great Britain, they're trying everything at the moment, but the Germans are enjoying themselves out there at the moment. Their goal came from Christoph Ruhr, a lovely field goal that he slammed in just off the post. But they're currently about to have a penalty shot, the Germans. I'm just checking if Great Britain are about to refer this one. Of course, they're already through to the quarterfinals, Great Britain, but of course if they win this, it will determine who they place in the quarterfinals. And it's Ruhr who scored the last one, who's actually taking this penalty shot in front of us at the moment. Here comes Ruhr, this to make it 2-0 to the Germans. Takes his run up, goes in. Germany lead 2-0 in the hockey. 5 minutes to go to half time.
Sarah, thank you very much. It is almost time at the swimming. British interest in the men's 200 metres individual medley with Duncan Scott and Tom Dean, but there's only one person, Alistair Bruce-Ball, that this crowd wants to see.
Yes, and he's going to be in front of us again very shortly. The 22-year-old from Toulouse, the poster boy of the Games for France, Léon Marchand. 3 gold medals in the bag already, all in individual events. He goes for his 4th tonight in this, the men's 200 metres individual medley. So 1 length of each stroke: butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. Duncan Scott and Tom Dean will swim against him. Tom Dean in lane 7, Duncan Scott in lane 3. Is anyone going to stop Marchand tonight, Steve Parry?
Well, I can't see it, although Wang is the 3rd fastest in history ever, and he's also the Olympic champion. He's not going to want to let that gold go. This could be a little bit on the short side for Léon Marchand. And just look at Wang there, looking so serious. I think there's a bronze medal up for grabs here for one of the Brits, Ali, but they've got to put together a perfect race.
Right, so next out on deck is Duncan Scott of Great Britain. The 27-year-old took silver in Tokyo behind Wang Shun in this event. 7 Olympic medals to his name already. Scott and Dean with the golds in the 4x200 metres freestyle relay here in Paris. Carson Foster, another danger man in this race. He won't let Léon Marchand have it all his own way. But the man who was quickest in qualifying comes out last. The big build for the home hero. They know he's coming. They're going to go nuts in here. He raises both arms in the air, and Léon Marchand is out again in the pool in Paris to entertain his adoring public, but most importantly, to try and make it 4 out of 4 here. Gold medals at the Olympics, and starts as red-hot favourite. Goggles are on, familiar deep breath from him. He just settles himself, takes everything in, still got the big white coat on, then he sits down. Very, very measured, isn't he, Marchand?
Yeah, considering what's gone on before and the noise and the excitement in this crowd, and yet he still remains so calm and so collected.
Incredible sight in here. I mean, this is, you just don't expect atmospheres like this in a swimming pool. 17,000 packed in, particularly that top tier away to our left with the tricolores flying. They've had a giant flag up there tonight as well.
Party corner.
It is the party corner. Right, here we go then. Men's 200 metres individual medley. Alberto Rossetti of Italy in lane 1. Daya Sato of Japan in 2. Duncan Scott of Great Britain in 3. Marchand, his name still being shouted around the arena in 4. Carson Foster, the American, in 5. Wang, the Olympic champion from China, in 6. Tom Dean in 7. And Finlay Knox, the Canadian, in lane 8. The French fans cannot contain themselves, and people are standing all around this arena, expecting something very special again. Léon Marchand has not disappointed at these games so far. Let's see what he can do this time. Can Duncan Scott and Tom Dean get in the mix for Great Britain? Silence falls. So they're into the butterfly. Swimmers are into the water. Léon Marchand swimming in lane 4, roared on by this patriotic crowd. Having a good battle down the first length in the butterfly. Duncan Scott is sticking with him at the moment. Every stroke of Marchand's is getting cheered. Good race so far, Karen.
It is, yeah, and Wang of China going well. Also in the early stages, we saw him sneak back and take gold ahead of Duncan Scott 3 years ago, but he's gone out faster this time.
Yeah, Wang quickest at the turn, then Marchand, then Knox. Fiddly Knox is swimming in lane 8. They're into the backstroke here. Marchand smoothly, each arm cutting through the water. Now takes the lead in this race. Duncan Scott is sticking with him in lane 3, and Tom Dean fighting hard too in lane 7. There's not much to separate any of the swimmers at the moment. They flip and turn at the wall, and now we're into the breaststroke, Karen.
Yeah, it's a good turn from Léon Marchand, as always, but Carson Foster tracking him. Shen Wang also tracking on the breaststroke leg. This is a leg that Duncan Scott is good at. Every time he comes up to breathe, he will have sight of Léon Marchand.
Those allées are getting louder and louder every time Marchand swims. Again, smooth stroke with the powerful arms, taking him away from the field, heading towards the wall, and the turn for the freestyle. Duncan Scott still very much in contention here for Great Britain, but Marchand is showing his class. He leads by some distance at the turn, almost by 2 seconds, but Duncan Scott is in the silver medal position, ahead of Wang from China. Incredible noise inside the arena. Marchand is being brought home on a wave of euphoria, emotion and noise, but Duncan Scott is chasing him, and he's chasing hard, and he's closing here on Marchand, but Marchand is going to have enough. 5 metres from the wall, Marchand makes it 4 Olympic gold medals in Paris. Duncan Scott takes the silver, just like he did in Tokyo. Bronze goes to the Olympic champion, Wang Shun. But the story is about one man, the 22-year-old from Toulouse, who's got his head in his hands. He cannot believe what he has done. His night once again, his games, 4 golds, 4 fingers he holds up, 4 golds, formidable. Steve.
And what he's gone and done in the process is break Michael Phelps's Olympic record as well. As if 4 golds wasn't enough, he's put the Olympic record on there to boot. And Macron's in the audience, clapping away. But can I just at the end there, Duncan Scott chasing down Léon Marchand was a sight, and he's got a silver medal again against an unbeatable swimmer this week.
Marchand up and out of the pool, sorry Karen, just getting the crowd revved up. They don't need any revving up, look at him, holding his arms out wide, accepting the adulation. Karen, another very, very special swim we saw there.
It was only 600ths of a second outside of the world record, Ryan Lotte's world record that was set back in 2011. I mean, he's swimming so fast. But Duncan Scott on that final 50, he wasn't going to let Shen Wang take that medal away from him again. He absolutely found another gear to make sure he was the silver medalist.
2 words, Kelly: inevitable, incredible.
I preferred formidable, I'll be honest with you. Listen, they loved it at the Stade de France because the athletics crowd, Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley, are going berserk for this.
Oh my days, Kelly, they are holding up the programme here at the Stade de France. Nobody could work out
we were
what
all
the
looking
noise
for
was
the Frenchman, weren't we? In the stadium.
In this men's decathlon.
Hang on a minute, we can hear you guys going mental in our ears, and then started realising that Allez le Bleu was for Marchand, not any athlete here in the stadium.
So in a nutshell, Kelly, the French announcers and commentators around us were on their feet, they're smiling, they're cheering, as were 80,000 as Léon Marchand won his 4th gold. And now the men's decathlon 400s can get underway.
Thank you very much for that. We will be back with you, Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley. Such is the Marchand mania that has swept across France. 4 gold medals for this 22-year-old from Toulouse, watched on by the French President Emmanuel Macron and watched on by sporting royalty. Andy Murray has posted an Instagram story from the swimming. He's come here to witness this fantastic moment from this young swimmer who has so much, it feels, left in his tank, but he's managed to ride that wave of the crowd's energy and achieve something unprecedented in Olympic history. And not only that, this is the first time tonight, I was just watching him when he got to the end of the race, where he looked like he felt the magnitude of what he'd achieved. You could see it in him.
Yeah, and he's taken everything in his stride, hasn't he? Every day, that 400 IM, almost perfect. Those incredible swims in the 200 fly and 200 breast, where he took on the specialists and absolutely trounced them. But the 200 IM, it wasn't going to be easy for him with Wang in there, like Duncan Scott, Carson Foster. But you could see there was an expectation, which he hadn't shown. He hadn't shown any anxiety all week, but it must be a wonderful feeling for him to do that. I can't remember, apart from Phelps, anyone that's got 4 individual gold medals at an Olympics.
We will look that up because we like to check everything and make sure we've got it. But that just goes to show, even if it isn't unique, how exceptionally rare it is. But he's just been an absolute phenomenon, and we'll reflect more on him. Anyone fancy La Marseillaise later on when he gets his gold medal? It's gonna sound incredible. Let's head to the tennis. Jonathan Overend, thank you very much for lending us Andy Murray for the evening here at the La Défense Arena. How's Novak Djokovic getting on?
Oh, he'll be loving it, I'm sure. This is lively, this semi-final, but there might not be much left of it because Djokovic won the first set 6-4 against Lorenzo Musetti. He's now 5-2 up in the second set, and Musetti, as well as he played in that opening set, has lost his serve now 4 times in a row. He's received a racket abuse violation. Djokovic has received code violations as well for swearing and for slow play. It's all been happening. The crowd are into it, but Musetti is serving to stay in the match.
Jonathan Overend, thank you very much for joining us from a potty mouth Roland Garros. Let's check in. Half-time in the men's hockey. Sarah Orchard.
Half-time, Great Britain 0, Germany 2. Right then, so we already know that Great Britain are into the quarter-finals, so this is all determining whether they're going to place Argentina or India. Worth saying, although they're 2-0 down in their last 3 matches, they have come back to either draw or win from a similar position. So it's not all over, still 2 quarters to play of 15 minutes. It's Great Britain 0, Germany 2.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Sarah. Sarah's going to keep us up to date with everything that happens in there. But as she said, it's not absolutely depending on Great Britain's progress. It just depends on where they finish in their pool. Let's check in now on the BMX. We can hear something that happened just a few minutes ago with Conor McNamara.
Eventually, after an even longer wait, they do start it. Bet Shriver accelerates down the ramp and she's into the first jump in the lead. It's another lightning start for the Essex girl. And a little bit of razzmatazz as she twists her handlebars in the air, floating over the first turn into the second straight, and well in the lead already. Brett Shriver on her way to the Olympic final.
I think this is just showing exactly what she wants. She's so determined, so confident. It's clinical. She's delivered everything she needed to do, and more so. And I must have said, this must be hard for the other competitors to watch.
It's another swooping finish, well clear of the field for Beth Shriver. She has left the others in her dust, and it's a carbon copy of every race she's run here in Paris. She's beaten the field by such a large distance, and just one more heat in the semi-final to go, and Beth Shriver is on the verge of a final, which in this form she's got a huge chance of taking gold in.
And should be going in the third race shortly, Conor McNamara.
Yes, we're still waiting for news, by the way, of Kai White, who was stretchered off earlier. We don't know if he's going to be fit enough to take part in his third run. But even now, I mean, even if she was to finish last in her third run, it looks that the points are so much in her favour from the first two that Beth Shriver will be involved in the Olympic final coming up not too far in the distance from now. She has just been a joy to watch. It's going to be fascinating to see how she copes against the other speedsters, Bethany Shriver and Saya Sakibara of Australia. Argentina have had the two best times on this BMX racing track tonight, and they are set to go head-to-head in the final not too far from now.
Connor, thank you very much. We look forward to hearing from you when that does get underway, and it's match point at Roland Garros. Jonathan Overend.
Match point for Novak Djokovic to set up a dream final here at the tennis in the men's singles. He doesn't take the first one, forehand into the net, but he'll have two more chances. He's twice been a breakdown in this second set, Djokovic. It's been an incredible effort to break the Musetti serve 4 times in a row. Musetti, the young Italian who played superbly in the first set, beat Zverev in the semi-final. Must have been confident of causing an upset tonight, but Djokovic just too strong. And on the second match point, the serve hits the sideline. Djokovic returns into the net, so 2 down, 1 more to go. And waiting in the final, of course, is the Wimbledon champion Carlos Alcaraz, who could add the Olympic gold to the French Open and Wimbledon. Now, that's not a bad summer, is it? But Djokovic may well be in his way once more. That would be on Sunday afternoon. Third match point for Djokovic, and this time it'll be played on Musetti. Second serve, the Italian into the net. And Djokovic, who yesterday in the semi-finals received treatment from the physio for that troublesome knee, but he's looked good tonight. Forehand return, forehand Musetti, forehand down the line from Djokovic, trying to close it out. He's now got a chance with a big forehand. Djokovic, down the line goes Musetti, into the net! Djokovic into the final. We will have Djokovic against Alcaraz for the gold medal. And Djokovic is flat on his back on the clay like he's won Roland Garros. One more match to come for the gold. One more match away from achieving everything in this game. It's the one major prize that eludes him. He's won all the Grand Slams multiple times. He's won the Davis Cup with his nation, Serbia. Now he is one match away from winning an Olympic gold medal, and you can see how much it means to him as he strides out and celebrates in the centre of the court. What a match for the gold medal on Sunday afternoon. Alcaraz against Djokovic. A rematch from Wimbledon. Can't wait.
That sounds like an absolute cracker. Jonathan Overend, thank you very much. We're at the quarter-final stage of the men's football. Maz Farouki is going to be watching the host France against Argentina at the Stade de Bordeaux, where I imagine there's a little bit of tension, Maz, because there is history, let's say, between these two.
Absolutely, Kelly. You don't need me to say it, do you? Look up grudge match in the dictionary. You'll likely find this fixture alongside the entry. Le Monde had a headline today describing Argentina as the new national enemy. Crystal Palace's Jean-Philippe Mateta saying the footage that emerged of Argentina players after that Copa America victory singing a song about French black and mixed race players was something that affected everyone in France. Argentina's national anthem in the last couple of minutes booed ahead of this match. Their players being booed every time they touch the ball in the early stages of this match. It is another hostile environment for Argentina tonight in Bordeaux. Of course, the last time these two sides met was in the World Cup final back in 2022. These Olympic squads looking very different, but 4 World Cup winners are in this Olympic squad for Argentina. Amongst them, Julian Alvarez of Manchester City. He is starting up front. We've played 2 and a bit minutes, and it is 0-0 in the early stages.
Maz, thank you very much. We'll be checking in on that match between France and Argentina with Maz Farouki throughout the evening. Let's, though, get the BBC News headlines now with Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Kamala Harris has secured enough votes from party delegates to become the Democrats' official nominee for president. The chairman of the Democratic National Committee in the state says the vice president has crossed the threshold, but the process doesn't officially end until Monday. Ministers say people planning violence across England this weekend should know that they're being watched by the police. The killing of 3 young girls in Southport on Monday caused disorder in several towns and cities. A dispersal order has been introduced in Southport until 6 o'clock on Sunday evening. The Kremlin has confirmed that at least 3 Russians who were part of a prisoner swap were undercover agents. One of them was part of the Russian security service, the FSB. The former Cabinet Minister Robert Jenrick says the Conservatives can win the next general election, but they need to confront some hard truths. He started his campaign to take over from Rishi Sunak as Tory leader. And Chester Zoo has celebrated the birth of one of the rarest animals on Earth. The Persian Onager was born to mum Azita after a year-long pregnancy. The animals are originally from Iran and are related to domestic donkeys.
Order in the court. Stacey Dooley, you may address the jury.
I call your attention to the brand new podcast, Famously on Trial. Celeb scandals will be scrutinised, A-list antics analysed, and influencer indictments investigated. No case is off limits.
Stacey Dooley will present the evidence.
Larry Dean will be the judge.
And I declare this podcast guilty of sounding criminally brilliant.
Famously on Trial.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
I rest my case.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Keats.
On BBC Audio 5 Live.
Night 7 of the Olympic Games, and it belongs to the Olympics poster boy.
Marchand makes it 4 Olympic gold medals in Paris. Duncan Scott takes the silver, just like he did in Tokyo. Bronze goes to the Olympic champion, Wang Shun. But the story is about one man.
And there was silver for Team GB in the men's 50 metres freestyle.
Ben Proud's in there, he's in the mix, but he won't get the gold, he'll get the silver. Ben Proud adds an Olympic medal to his CV. Cam McAvoy, the Australian, he is the one who takes the gold.
And there's still more to come, Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Yeah, try and follow that. One more British swimmer in action tonight. That's Abby Wood in the semi-finals of the 200 metres individual medley. And as you can hear, this place is still buzzing after more Marchand magic.
It's been a dramatic night at the BMX cycling. Conor McNamara.
Reigning gold medal winner Beth Shriver will be defending her crown in the Olympic final shortly, but Kai White, silver medalist in Tokyo, will not be able to finish his semi-final. Stretchered off after a crash, he does not start the third run.
Keely Hodgkinson and Gemma Reekie both won their heats in the 800 metres. Phoebe Gill is also through to the semi-finals. And victory tonight for Novak Djokovic means that he will play Carlos Alcaraz for the gold medal in the men's singles final at Roland Garros. We'll bring you every medal live here on 5 Live. And you can watch the action on BBC TV, the BBC Sport website and app.
This is 5 Live Sport at the Olympic Games.
With Kelly Keats.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Let's start with an early goal in that match between France and Argentina. Maz Farouki.
What a start for France, Kelly. Michael Elise winning a corner down the right in the opening minutes. First set-piece opportunity of the match. A corner from the right, fired in by the hosts and headed in, powered in by Crystal Palace's Jean-Philippe Mateta to wild celebrations on the sidelines with the team coach Thierry Henry and his support staff. Wild celebrations in the stands in Bordeaux as well. Argentina trailing. France 1, Argentina 0. 6.5 minutes played in this final quarter-final of the men's football tournament here at this Olympic Games.
Maz, thank you very much. Let's head back to the BMS racing because Beth Shriver is about to go again, watched on by Victoria Pendleton and Conor McNamara.
Yes, Beth Shriver, who has been in such impressive form. She has shown up at Paris 2024, and like all Olympians want to do, she's delivering on the big stage. She's got one more run remaining of her semi-final, but having won the first two, she is sitting pretty for that opportunity to defend her crown. Such a sad night, though, for Kai White, who came into these Olympics full of confidence, hoping to improve on silver medal 3 years ago in Tokyo, but a sickening crash, stretchered off and not able to finish the semi-final. I mean, physically hurt, and we wish him well and we hope he recovers, but the pain of missing out will be hurting him too.
It will be, indeed. We knew that he had a few injuries that have been bothering him in preparation for this Games, so I mean, maybe they're just looking after him if he's it aggravated something, but it looked like a bad crash. Unfortunately, we don't have any more details to give you, but obviously our main concern is that he's okay.
Yes, Bethany Shriver, who's had her own injury problems coming into these Paris Olympics, but has shown no ill effect of it. They're just showing action replays of that at third men's run in the semi-final heat. That was the race that Kai White was supposed to be involved in. And the women will be making their way up the ramp at the back of the starting ramp platform to take their places at the top of the podium. And all Beth Shriver's got to do is what she's done already, a repeat performance. And if she wins this third one, that you mentioned it, Victoria, it will send a signal, it'll be a warning, it'll be a scare to the opposition in the race.
They must be hugely intimidated already by what she's delivered. Every moment she's spent on the track, it's been at the front. You know, there is no doubt that she isn't in the physical form of her life and streets ahead of nearly every single competitor here, so it must be intimidating knowing that she's going to be in the final.
I mentioned the sort of confidence that she exudes mid-race when she's in mid-air on a ramp, jumping over a bump. She will twist her handlebars a little bit, and there seems to be a real sort of swagger about that. And I was looking at the other races and saying, is this what they all do? And not really, not as dramatically as she does it. And I think that's just showing how comfortable she's feeling there, having now won 5 races out of 5.
I mean, she must have prepared so meticulously for this. The training seems to be working really well. She's found a winning formula. There is no doubt that she hasn't been pushed yet. She really hasn't been pushed. It's very much been dictated by her. She has dictated every single race. Everyone else is just in the dust, as you say, just watching what's going on. And they're not able to do anything about it. So fingers crossed she stays out of trouble in this round, gets it done, and hopefully we'll see her do the same in the final.
Raucous atmosphere inside the BMX arena because it is France 1, 2, 3 at the top of the leaderboard going into the final. They've had the 3 best times over those 3 heats of the semis, so the French crowd will be really confident of getting in the medals. Who knows, they might get gold, silver and bronze the way things have been shaping up. But now the women's semi-final 3rd heat, and Bethany Shriver gets the choice. They come up, they've got a sort of an iPad on a tripod at the bottom of the ramp, which she can reach forward and press a button and choose which gate she wants to get out of. So far, she's always chosen number 6. I'd be surprised if she changes now.
I put money on it's a 6.
It's lucky number 6 for 25-year-old Beth Shriver. The reason that she gets to go first is because she's had the best time in the previous race. That's an honour you get. Some riders like to be out wide so they can see all their opposition inside of them. Someone like to be on the inside so they have the shortest route around the track. And it does seem to be a lot of personal preference rather than any scientific advantage.
I really think it would depend from track to track, and as you say, if you're a rider that's going to be able to get clear of the field wherever you ride, put yourself in the middle so you're not going to get squeezed out on any of the bends and any of the berms.
Elise Willoughby, who's got a very sparkly helmet. They've got the front face mask as well over these helmets. We've seen the heavy falls. We've seen how precarious these high-speed races can be, as Beth Shriver standing at the top of the platform waiting now to be invited onto the start. And can she deliver what she has done so impressively? 3 wins out of 3 last night, 2 wins out of 2 already tonight, and she's on the verge of booking her place in tonight's final and the opportunity to go for gold once again.
At the moment, it's hard to imagine anyone's going to really compare to what she's offered so far. Like, her performance has been impeccable. She has absolutely done everything and more that I think a BMX rider could dream of, because it's so precarious, it's so dangerous, anything can happen, and she just seems to have head and shoulders above the rest.
She's had the 2 fastest times have been herself and Saya Sakibara, the Australian rider. They've been separated in this final run, so Bethany Shriver goes in the first heat and Saya Sakibara will go in the second. So if they are to meet tonight, it's going to be in the final. It almost feels they're coming at it from opposite sides of the bracket, but they've got a date with destiny with each other in the final, these 2 top performers in the BMX racing.
I agree totally, and it's going to be an incredible race. It might be the first time in the competition that anybody's going to push Beth, really, which seems crazy, but it takes an Olympic final. It takes the quality of an Olympic final to push Beth Shriver.
Manon Veenstra has been the fastest rider tonight of the other BMX racers in this semi-final run 3, heat 1. Not as fast as Bethany Shriver, though. Can she produce the goods once again? The crowd are happy. The French have been performing well. But what about Team GB? This was one of the big medal hopes. Beth Shriver, who knows how to get the job done, who knows how to win gold, and she's been so impressive. Just the swagger of it, the execution of plan. There's been no moment, and we've seen all her races, Victoria, there hasn't been a single wobble.
Not a doubt at all. It looked so confident, and this is going to be the first opportunity she's raced at Olympic Games with her friends and family present as well. So there's going to be an atmosphere here, unlike Tokyo, that's really going to lift and create an incredible experience. So great that she's having an opportunity to show what she's got to offer.
This BMX racing venue, which has got a roof over it but no sides, it's just held up by columns in certain areas, but the wind and the breeze goes through. It's got an outdoor atmosphere even though there is a roof, and that's because obviously it's extremely dangerous if it was raining on the BMX track, so they had to be sure that that wouldn't happen. They are up at the top of the 22-metre long steep ramp, which they will come charging down at into a succession of bumps to go around the berm, which is the steep-edged U-turn at the end of each straight. The distance between the bumps varies, so sometimes you can propel yourself over 2 in one jump. Sometimes you want to be careful not to land on the upslope and lose your speed. But as she's been doing at the start of every race here in Paris, Beth Shriver is smiling as she awaits the start of this race.
This is the kind of behaviour of an athlete that knows they're in their prime, they're in their peak condition, they know exactly what they've got to offer. I'm in awe really at the moment. I'm totally in awe.
So close to Versailles, outside of central Paris, the BMX racing, and this is the last run of the semi-finals, and in the dark navy with the red letters of Great Britain across her chest, Bethany Shriver leans forward, big smile, kisses to the crowd as well, bisous as the Union Jacks are raised, and a big Team G support here for Bethany Shriver as she gets ready to go. The Japanese rider, Sei Hakatakiyama, who was the slowest performer in the first 2 runs tonight. Elise Willoughby didn't do so well in the first 2, but we know she's got quality. Pressure on the American as she tries to impress. And there is also Delaney Vaughan, another American. 2 Americans, a Colombian, a Canadian, Swiss, Dutch and Japanese, all up against Bethany Shriver in this BMX semi-final, 3rd and final run. The bright orange of Marin Veenstra, who has taken the inside lane and will be hoping to reach that first berm first, and a little bit like the Formula One racing, getting to that first turn in the lead. Really, we haven't seen it all the way. We haven't seen someone then not win a race having led at the first turn. So that's why the start is so important as they await now, and the crowd go hush, and the riders, all 8 of them, stare down from their elevated position, and they wait for the barrier to duck in front of them, and then gravity will do the rest as they propel through the pedals, and it's another strong start for Beth Shriver. She's in the lead, coming towards the first turn, and she hits that turn in front, Victoria Pendleton.
She's in front again, where she always is. I'm so pleased to see that she's just powering through, putting more distance between herself and the other competitors.
Soaring through the sky, down towards the final turn, leaving the opposition in her wake, whizzing around the final turn and into the final run of bumps. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's Beth Shriver to victory. She's into the Olympic final. 3 wins out of 3 tonight.
Absolutely perfect performance once again. Is there any limits to what Beth Shriver can do? I'm flabbergasted.
This is a high quality field she's up against, and she's made it look like a professional against kids in all of her races, not just winning, not stretching for the line, cruising comfortably to win the race once again. And this is where the pressure now comes in. She's shown us she is good enough to win this gold. Can she produce it when it really matters in the big one, the final, Kelly, which is coming up shortly? Wow, Bethany Shriver, brilliant.
Really looking forward to hearing from you both for that one. Conor McNamara and Victoria Pendleton bringing us the BMX racing. It's been an incredible night for Beth Shriver. Worrying though in terms of Kai White. He had a nasty crash earlier on, and British Cycling have released a statement saying following his crash in tonight's BMX racing semi-final, Kai White was assessed immediately by the on-site medical team. It was followed up by further immediate review by the Great Britain cycling team Dr. Nigel Jones. Initial reports are positive, but he is being taken to hospital for further assessment. We wish Kai a speedy recovery and look forward to seeing him on his bike very soon. At La Défense Arena, it's been an incredible night in the pool already. Still semi-finals to come in the women's 200 metres individual medley, but the men's 50 metres freestyle won by McAvoy, with Britain's Ben Proud in silver medal position, Manadou of France taking bronze. women's 200 metres backstroke was won by Kaylee McKeown, and the men's 200 metres individual medley won by Léon Marchand, of course, of France. And at every venue of these Olympics, at the Stade de France, at the Grand Palais, outside on the streets, outside venues, people are watching his final on their phones, propped up against lampposts. They're erupting into spontaneous shouts of Léon, Léon, and renditions of La Marseillaise, which we will hear when the medal ceremony takes place. Of course, Duncan Scott, Alistair, is going to be part of that as well.
Yeah, Duncan Scott got the silver medal, as he did in Tokyo. Made it interesting, actually, in the last 50 metres. Was closing in on Léon Marchand, but I think Marchand knew what he was doing and knew he was there, saw him in the rearview mirror and just cruised away. Tom Dean finished 5th in the race there for Great Britain. And France having quite a night tonight, actually, Kelly. If you're a French fan inside this arena tonight, you've seen Marchand win his 4th gold. You've seen Florent Manodou in his 4th Olympics get on the podium again, all 4 Olympics in the men's 50 metres freestyle. He got the bronze. He was having a great time. He was the one giving it the thunderclap before they even started the race, when everyone else is kind of biting their nails and nerves are jangling. And we've just seen the semi-finals of the men's 100 metres butterfly, and Maxime Grousset of France was 2nd fastest in that as well. So the French have had a really good night. Abby Wood swimming for Great Britain in the women's 200 metres individual medley semi-finals. That'll be the next event in the pool and the last event tonight.
Thank you very much, Alistair Bruce Ball. We'll be rejoining Ali and Steve Parry and Karen Pickering for coverage of that one. If you were listening earlier, you will have heard that Slovak swimmer Tamara Potocka collapsed on poolside this morning after a heat in the women's 200 metres medley. But she's now been discharged from hospital. She had an asthma attack but was given oxygen therapy and is now recovering in her room at the Olympic Village. Let's get the very latest on the hockey match that's taking place at the moment. It's Great Britain against Germany, and Sarah Orchard is watching.
Yeah, it's the very last match of the men's pool stage at this Olympic hockey tournament at the Yves de Manoir Stadium, and it's Great Britain 0, Germany 2. It's the end of the 3rd quarter, and I have to say the last quarter that Great Britain have played has been by far the best that they've played this entire match. Far more chances on goal, 3 penalty corners, but no conversions into goals just yet. There's still 15 minutes to go, but as it stands at the moment, Kelly, the reason this match is important, of course, is because this will determine who they're going to play in the quarterfinals on Sunday. If it stays like it is, or it finishes in a draw, it means Great Britain are going to be playing India. If they can manage to score 3, what a quarter that would be, they'll play Argentina.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. It is Olympics all the way here on 5 Live this evening. On Sports Extra, you can follow Rugby League. It's Warrington 0, Hull KR 6 in the first half of that one, and we'll have the second half of that here on 5 Live. So let's head back to the Stade de France, and the session on the track finishes with a medal race. It's the men's 10,000 metres. It's just got underway with Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry watching on, and the world record holder looking to improve on his silver in Tokyo. But did we think, Catherine, that he might not go for another Olympic cycle?
Yes, you're talking about Joshua Cheptegei, of course, the Ugandan world record holder. Such is the field size here, Kelly. 27 athletes in total, slightly delayed by a certain French swimmer in the pool. We're a couple of minutes behind here as all 27 athletes are introduced. But you are right, Joshua Cheptegei of Uganda is a 3-time world champion, a silver medalist in Tokyo, and Uganda have never won Olympic gold. So maybe this is the night that Uganda and Joshua Cheptegei maybe collect the gold, but Ethiopia are the most successful nation, and of course they have strong representation as well.
But also historically, Alison, it's been Kenya for 56 years since they won a men's gold at this distance. But there are 3 Kenyan athletes going in this final.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll lay my cards down and say there's definitely going to be an African winner.
Just pick a continent.
Honestly, this is such a competitive field, and quite unusually, we are seeing all medalists from Tokyo. Pretty much the top 6 are back here battling, and we rarely see this distance ran on the track. So when we get the world's best all coming together, it is exciting. If we're to go by form, it should be Barega, the reigning champion, to take it back, because all the way back 1996 and Haile Gebrselassie, we've just had 3 men and they've retained their title each time. So it was Ethiopia then, Kenenisa Bekele took it in Athens, and again in Beijing. Mo snatched it from him, of course, that memorable night in Super Saturday 2012, and then he retained his title in Rio. Barega then took on the mantle, and I think it's worth saying now, if we had Mo Farah lining up, my heart would say Mo Farah, but my head would say I'm sorry, because this event has moved on and it's going to be quick tonight.
And there is home interest, isn't there, as well? But what are his chances?
Yeah, there's a couple of French athletes in this big field as they get underway off the staggered start around the first bend here. Yeah, Chouvet of France is in here, then Gressier as well. So there is home representation, as you say, Kelly. Gressier was on the start line asking for more noise here in the Stade de France. He's obviously hard to please, but they're going down the backstroke for the first time. And as Alison said, it's going to be African, and can Selemon Barega, the defending champion, become only the 7th man ever to win this title twice?
Yeah, I think outside the African domination, there's probably American hopes in Grant Fisher. He performs really, really well at championships, finished just outside the medals, 5th in Tokyo, and behind the stack of I mean, Ethiopia have the top 7 men in this distance this year, and behind the African dominance, Grant Fisher's following up. So he's there just sitting on the shoulder of Gressier, but with 24 laps to go.
British focus was earlier on this evening when Keely Hodgkinson made it through to the 800 metres semi-finals. She won her heat, and afterwards she spoke to Sarah Mulkerrins.
Keely, you controlled that race really well, and I saw you look up to the screen with 100 to go. Was that just sussing out where you were in the field and all that?
Yeah, of course, just got to manage where everyone else is in. Also, these heats on papers, and they're actually really tough, so the girls have really stepped up this year. So yeah, I'm just happy to get through safely, no problems, and onto the semis.
How good does it feel to actually be racing now after all the build-up to it?
Yeah, no, really good. I really hate heats. They're just awful. I feel like they're where you can really get caught out sometimes and mistakes can be made. So I'm glad that today's over with and focus on the semis now.
And how does that track feel as well? Does it feel good, fast?
Super fast. I was warming up on out there and I'm like struggling to... Yeah, whatever they've done, they've done a great job.
Great stuff. We'll see you in the semi-finals.
Thank you very much.
So Keely Hodgkinson is through to the semi-finals of the 800 metres. So too Phoebe Gill and Gemma Reekie. Let's start though, Alison, by talking about Keely Hodgkinson. She said there she doesn't really like the heat. She feels like that's the place where it can go wrong, that you can focus for the semi-finals and presumably even more so for the final. But the heats are the ones where I suppose the sort of, to coin a phrase, you can only lose it.
Yeah, and I tell you what, she would have hated them more if they'd been this morning, because Keely is not a morning girl. She won't mind me saying that. So yeah, I think she will, when she saw the timetable, she will have been pleased that the men's 1500 was this morning and the women's 8 was this evening. But yeah, I think, you know, no matter how good you are, and I think obviously the pressure is on the shoulders of the favourite, and she is a favourite. She's a good second ahead of anyone else, and that's Gemma Reekie, her countrywoman. So, I honestly didn't see anything out of from Mary Mora, the world champion, to worry Keely today. And to be honest, Daguma, the world indoor champion, the young girl who surprised everyone from Ethiopia, beating Gemma Reekie in Glasgow this year, maybe looked better than we thought she would, but a lot of people had some struggles, and because they've added repechage this time, we've never had repechage in athletics. Everybody that didn't get an automatic qualifying spot will come again tomorrow to try and get through into the semi-final, and the likes of Nakai, she didn't qualify, former world champion. So there were a few failures, but yeah, I mean, look, Keely looked wonderful. She really did.
I'll tell you what it is, Kelly. Myself and Alison were briefly talking about this off air. How do you tell Keely Hodgkinson, once she gets through the semi-finals, hopefully unscathed, how do you tell her to run this final? Because she can run it any which way now, from behind or from the front. Trevor Painter and Jenny Meadows, who coach her, have to make a decision at some point of how Keely Hodgkinson is going to potentially win this Olympic gold. And that, for me, is a very, very hard question. It's a hard question to answer.
And we'll talk about that a lot more over the next couple of days. It is a big question for Keely Hodgkinson. Should she make it through to the semi-finals as expected and reach the 800 metres finals? But she's through the heats. Keely Hodgkinson through, Phoebe Gill through, and Gemma Reekie are both through. Let's get the very latest on the men's hockey. There's been another goal. Sarah Orchard.
It's a goal for Great Britain. Great Britain 1, Germany 2. 10 minutes left to play, so we're in the final quarter. And this goal from Great Britain, it came from a penalty corner. Gareth Furlong, who plays his hockey at Surbiton, that's his third goal now of this Olympic campaign. And I was saying earlier, Kelly, Great Britain's men at the moment, they seem to have this habit of being down and then doing a late comeback. It seems to be happening again. I mean, they've got to get 2 goals if they're going to win this in the next 10 minutes. This is all about who they're going to play in the quarterfinals. We know they're qualified. At the moment they're going to be playing India because they're trailing. It would be the same if it's a draw, but if they can get these goals, then they get the matchup against Argentina. So 10 minutes to go. It is Great Britain 1, Germany 2, and I think Great Britain are about to get another penalty corner.
Sarah, thank you very much. We'll catch up with you very shortly. But just 24 hours ago here in Paris, the career of possibly Britain's greatest ever athlete came to a close. Sir Andy Murray lost his men's doubles quarter-final alongside Dan Evans, and the dream of a third Olympic medal also ended. Earlier today, he sat down for a chat with Sir Chris Hoy to reflect upon his stellar career.
I feel good. I was ready to finish playing, and a few months ago I was worried about it. I was quite unsure about how it would feel or if it was the right time. It's difficult, I think, for athletes when they're coming to the end, to know. But yeah, it felt right, and I feel good about it.
How did you know it was the right time? Was it your choice, or is it your body basically waving the white flag and saying you're going to have to stop soon?
Well, it was a combination of both. About 18 months ago, I had spoken to my family after the Australian Open and said that I want to have a time for when I'm going to stop, because otherwise I could just, keep going. And I said, maybe next summer, like after the Olympics, would be a good time for me. I didn't say it was certain, but that was kind of what the plan was. And then when I had to have the operation on my back before Wimbledon, it was a bit of my body telling me, but also, I felt like it was the right time. Physically it was getting really hard for me. Body was hurting, and wasn't really able to train to the level that I needed to be as competitive as I would like, and that was ultimately why I made the choice.
Now I remember it must have been early 2000s maybe. I was at the Scottish Institute of Sport, and I heard there's word in the grapevine about some young, talented, up-and-coming tennis player from Dunblane, and I guess you must have been in your early teens at that point.
Yeah.
What would that kid have said to somebody if they'd been told that he was going to go on to win 2 Wimbledon titles, a US Open title, 2 Olympic gold medals, become world number 1, Davis Cup? Was that something that you believed or thought you could ever go on to do, or would that have been just an absolute pipe dream for you?
No, never would have believed that. And, certainly when I was a kid, I wouldn't have believed that. But I think even when I turned professional as well, when I was 17, 18 years old, I would have never have thought that would have been possible. And I think probably now that I've finished, it's easier to have, a better perspective of things. Like when I was in the middle part of my career and maybe lost in a Grand Slam final against Federer, it was doom and gloom, that's terrible. But when you actually step back a little bit and think about it, when I was 12, 13 years old, sort of considering playing tennis as a career, I would never have thought that I would have been able to win Wimbledon or compete at the Olympics and things like that. So I've been very lucky.
What makes the Olympics so special for you? Because it felt like London 2012 was a big turning point in your career, but people forget you were there in Beijing as well. And you always seem to enjoy the experience, but what makes it so special for you?
There's loads of things. I mean, being part of a big team, is one of the things that I wish was a bit different about tennis. Maybe I loved when I was growing up and I played on football teams and things. I loved being around my friends and my teammates. I always really enjoyed going to any team competitions in tennis when we travel with the GB team, and we would play. Even when I was under 14, under 16, I just always loved that team environment. And then the Olympics is, for me, it's the best. It's the best sporting event, being around all of the best athletes in the world across, so many different sports. I've loved the whole experience about it every single time I've done it, and I've been lucky to obviously perform really well in some of them and had great results. But even like here, where didn't come away with a medal, it's still been an incredible experience, unbelievable memories that I'll have with me forever, and it's definitely the event that I'm going to miss the most.
And what is your standout moment from the Olympic Games? If you could think of one particular snapshot of time.
Apart from a Chris Hoy medal.
No, your own performance.
Yeah, it would have to be.
I'll take that though.
Yeah. It has to be London, and the day I played the Wimbledon, the final of the singles at Wimbledon against Federer, and then straight afterward played the final of the mixed doubles, and although didn't manage to get the gold in the mixed, it was like, I remember the moment between winning the gold medal and going in to see all my team and then going out to play the final of the mixed doubles, and just like, I've never been so like happy after a tennis tournament or during it in my life. And it was a once in a lifetime opportunity, like, to play in a home Olympics, and to get a gold medal against Federer at Wimbledon. I mean, wasn't necessarily going to get much better than that for me.
Yeah, not a shortage of highlights for Sir Andy Murray to choose while he was in conversation with Sir Chris Hoy in Paris earlier today. Just to remind you, Novak Djokovic beat Lorenzo Musetti earlier this evening to reach the final of the men's singles. He will face Carlos Alcaraz in a repeat of the Wimbledon final. Men's hockey taking place. It's Great Britain against Germany. Sarah Orchard, we left you as GB were about to get a penalty.
Oh, it's been tense, I have to say, Kelly, but it's still Germany 2, Great Britain 1. We've got 6 minutes left on the clock here. All of this to determine who Great Britain will play in the quarterfinals. They are the comeback kings, but it might be a step too far against world champions Germany. Great Britain 1, Germany 2.
Maz Faruqi is watching the football. France against Argentina.
Ezequiel Fernandez has had by some distance Argentina's best chance for an equaliser in this Olympic quarterfinals. They just go close again, Argentina. Getting into this match now a bit more, seeing a bit more of the ball, but France still leading 1-0 through that early Jean-Philippe Mateta header.
In the BMX racing, Beth Shriver about to go in the women's final. How long to go, Conor McNamara?
15 minutes away from the Olympic final for Beth Shriver, the reigning gold medalist, looking to do it back to back. She's had 6 wins out of 6 in her runs here in Paris so far. Can the 25-year-old from Essex do it again?
We will keep you up to date with everything that is happening in the Olympics this evening, including here at La Défense Arena, where the swimming is well and truly underway. It's already been an eventful night. There is a silver medal for Great Britain in the men's 50 metres free. That was won by Ben Proud. Duncan Scott got silver in the men's 200 metres individual medley, but that was won by France's golden boy, Léon Marchand. That is 4 gold medals of these Paris Olympics for him. The women's 200 metres backstroke was won by Kaylee McKeown. Smith is second, Mass in the silver medal place, Mass in the bronze medal place, and they have finished in the first of the women's 200 metres individual medley semi-finals. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Yes, a second semi-final is on the way. It is absolutely stacked. Karen Pickering was just pointing this out to me. Kaylee McKeown, for example, Karen, you spotted during the medal ceremony away to our right-hand side about 10 minutes ago, was looking really fidgety, and I was thinking, well, why is that? And that's because she's swimming again.
Yeah, she looked really like not her usual self on the podium, and as soon as she had the opportunity, she gave her medal to her coach and zipped back round to go again.
So she will swim in this second heat. It is the 8th fastest across the 2 semi-finals that will make it through to the final. Back to the BMX, Conor McNamara.
Wonderful scenes in the men's final where it is finished 1, 2, 3, France. They take the podium to themselves. Gold for Joris Doré, silver for Sylvain André, bronze for Romain Mathieu. The French have it all wrapped up near Versailles.
Thank you, Connor. I think they feel like that in the La Défense Arena this evening, watching the swimming. Léon Marchand claiming his 4th gold of the Games. Florent Manodou with a bronze as well. Steve Parry, how about Abby Wood then in this second semi-final of the women's 200 metres individual medley? The likes of Kaylee McKeown, we've mentioned. Kate Douglas of the USA is in this. Summer McIntosh, the Canadian, she's having an incredible Games. And Alex Walsh, the American, a real danger too.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Abby, to make her first individual Olympic final, she's got it all to play for here. And what she's got to do, I think, in this second semi is pace herself off Alice Walsh. She had a really great trials there for America. But if there was a semi you want to be in, it's this one. Summer McIntosh going in the centre of the lane, 2 Americans either side. It's going to be quick, this semi-final. Summer McIntosh, if she can back this up, what a week she's having. 2 golds and a silver medal already.
Yeah, she's been on great form. I looked at this semi-final and thought this could be a final, this one.
Well, the swimmers are about to be introduced to the fans inside the arena. This is the last race of the night, day 7 of the swimming. Great Britain with 2 more silver medals in the bag. So, Steve, in terms of overall medal total, just before the swimmers come out, 1 gold, that's the men's 4x200 metres freestyle relay. Britain now up to 4 silver medals, 5 total. It was 8 in Tokyo, wasn't it? But 5 so far here.
Yeah, it's looking a lot healthier, isn't it? That 20 minutes of that first session this morning, early this afternoon, to get Ben Proud getting that silver was absolutely fantastic. Duncan Scott as well, standout performance. Britain just consistently delivering at the swimming at the Olympics now. I did say at the end of the race when Marchand swam, I've got to correct myself, I can't remember another person that's won 4 gold medals. Only Mark Spears.
In individual events, you mean, at the same game?
In individual events. So Phelps, Spitz, and now Marchand. But it just goes to show what an elite crew he's now in, Marchand. What a week.
Yeah. Well, we will see him get that gold medal tonight. That's the last thing we're going to see in the pool this evening. As Kelly Cates has been saying, that'll be a rousing rendition of La Marseillaise. And across the week, as Steve has just pointed out there, you are talking about the very greatest swimmers and their performances at the Olympic Games. That is what we have been treated to here at the La Défense Arena. Right, here comes the moment for Abby Wood, who is announced to the crowd, the 25-year-old, 4th in Tokyo in this event 3 years ago. Missed out on the bronze medal by just 0.11 seconds. 7th fastest in qualifying for the semi-finals. Kate Douglas, the 22-year-old American, is on her way. She was the bronze medalist in Tokyo 3 years ago. So we will have Shiho Matsumoto of Japan in lane 1. Kaylee McKeown, the Australian, who's already had a fantastic Games here in Paris in lane 2. Kate Douglas in 3. Summer McIntosh in lane 4. That's Alex Walsh, another American who's just been announced to the crowd here. Abby Wood will go in 6. Anastasia Gorbenko in lane 7. And Ellen Walsh completes the lineup for Ireland in lane 8, who've also had a terrific Olympic Games so far. Canadian fans beside themselves with excitement. It's summertime. Could go with Mac Attack as well for Summer McIntosh. 2 golds and a silver so far at the Games. Let's see what she's got. These are a semi-final, so fastest time from the first semi-final, 2 minutes 9.65 seconds. You need to be in the 8th fastest to get yourself through to the final. That is what Abby Wood is looking at. She's got her back to the pool at the moment, just bouncing up and down, slaps herself on the thighs, just adjusts the red British swimming cap, gets everything just so. And this is the women's 200 metres individual medley semi-final. Butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle, 50 metres of each. Abby Wood in lane 6, so pretty close to our commentary position here.
Take your marks.
And away they go. And this, as we've been saying, is a really high quality field for Abby Wood to be swimming against. The swimmers up and out of the water, all into the butterfly, starting well over in lane 3. Kate Douglas, the American. Good start from Abby Wood too, though, here, Karen.
Yeah, she's a nice fly swimmer, so I expect her to use this in the early stages. Anastasia Gorbenko going well on the fly leg, as is Kate Douglas.
So they reach the turn. Summer McIntosh is there first. Douglas and Walsh, the 2 Americans, her closest challengers. On the turn, they flip to the backstroke, and Abby Wood, good swimming underwater, good power, right up near the front of this race, swimming smoothly. About 25 metres to go here, and then it's into the breaststroke.
Summer McIntosh looking very, very smooth in the middle of the pool in the early stages, but Alex Walsh and particularly Kate Douglas, very, very strong breaststroke swimmers.
Right, let's see what happens then in the next 50 metres. Summer McIntosh first at the turn, disappears under the water, as do all her challengers. Abby Wood just emerges now. She's probably about 3 or 4 metres behind Summer McIntosh, who is leading this race, but now she has a real challenge on her hands, particularly from Alex Walsh on her right-hand side.
Yeah, Abby Wood, though, this is her strongest stroke in the medley, so if she's going to break through, this is the opportunity for her to do it. She's chasing down Alex Walsh 1 lane up from her.
Fast semi-final is good news for Abby Wood. You want to be in the 8 fastest swimmers to make it through to the final. Alex Walsh on the breaststroke has got herself in front of Summer McIntosh. She turns first, then McIntosh, then Kate Douglas. They are the first 3. Let's see what Abby Wood has got left in the tank for Great Britain. She's moved over to the right-hand side of her lane. She's right next to the lane rope there, slicing through the water with the freestyle stroke. Out in front at the moment still is Alex Walsh. Summer McIntosh now just falling behind Kate Douglas as well. And Abby Wood giving it everything here with about 15 metres to go, pushing and driving and heading for that wall. Then we'll have a look at the time and see whether she's made it through to an Olympic final. Walsh wins it for the USA, the heat. McIntosh in second. And in third, Kate Douglas. Steve Parry, you are giving it the thumbs up in terms of the time for Abby Wood. 2 minutes 9.64 seconds.
Well, Karen called it. That second semi-final had such quality, it could have been a final, and they all helped each other that day. Much faster in that second semi-final. So I think she's going to be through and well through.
Yeah, agreed. And she swam really well. She held off Kaylee McKeown, and it all, the places really matter. I think Kaylee feeling that 200 backstroke from earlier in the session.
Just waiting here, Kelly, for the results to pop up on our screen, but Steve and Karen absolutely spot on by my sort of mental mass looking at the screen. The time from Abby Wood should be good enough to get herself in the final, which is a great effort in this Olympic Games. Here come the numbers now, and Abby Wood, 4th fastest overall across the 2 semi-finals, and Kaylee McKeown down in 7th fastest, but also through to the final.
I think that's incredible that she comes 5th in the second semi-final and only still makes it in 7th overall. She'll be a danger tomorrow night. She went straight from the podium after getting a gold medal, puts her hair in a cap and goes out there and performs like that. It's going to be, 2 Americans tomorrow, 2 Australians, and Abby Wood right in the mix. Very exciting.
And that was the fastest 4 from that second semi-final are the first fastest 4 through to the final, and sometimes the semi-finals just stack up that way.
Kelly, we went for food last night, me and Ali and producer Fletch. And,
I know you did. You all had a big night out because I wasn't here. And Karen wasn't here either. And you two went with our producer Fletch and went and partied without us, and it's made us feel very unwanted and unwelcome, hasn't it, Karen?
Noted.
It was just
Sad,
opportune. But the establishment we were in, the restaurant stroke Irish bar that we were in, was taken over by Aussie fans. It was ridiculous. There must have been 5 or 6 camera crews projecting images back to Australia for morning breakfast. They were going off on one. It was an absolute party.
Fletch has been doing a bit of digging on it for us, Steve. So they have sort of picked it as a base. So that is where the parents, the families, friends of a lot of the Australian swimmers are basing themselves for the Games.
Thank you very much to Alistair Bruce, Paul, Steve Parry, Karen Pickering. Back with them very shortly. It's full time in the hockey. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, Great Britain 1, Germany 2. That's actually the first match that Great Britain's men have lost in the pool stage of this Olympic hockey tournament. But the pool stage is now over, Kelly, and I can confirm to you that Great Britain's men will be playing India in the quarter-finals. Now, all the quarter-finals are going to be played on Sunday. We don't have the times for them yet because there's going to be all sort of bartering between the TV companies about what time everyone plays their quarter-finals. And I can tell you there'll be a lot of interest from India in that match in particular. They got their first win a little bit earlier today over Australia. I think it was something like a 52-year wait for a win over Australia. So everyone in India getting very excited about that one. But Great Britain, despite the loss today, they've had a pretty strong Olympic hockey tournament so far, and they will still fancy themselves going into that. India ranked 7th in the world at the moment. Great Britain came into the Olympic tournament ranked 2nd.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. The women go tomorrow against Argentina at 9 a.m. Let's head now to the Stade de France, check in on the action with the 10,000 metres final with Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry.
Just over 2 laps to go of this men's 10,000 metres, the first athletics gold medal in the Stade de France, and there are 13 athletes, Alison Kirbishley, still in contention in this cat and mouse final.
It's absolutely compelling, this race, and it's just getting quicker. It's got shades of Mo Farah all over it. No one's wanted to take the lead. Kajelcha of Ethiopia, the world leader, has done an awful lot of the work, and every time he's hit the front, it's increased in speed, and then he's gone, you know what, no one's helping me, I'll slow it back down. Well, this is going to be a last lap burn-up, and look at Cheptegei, desperate for that gold medal for Uganda. 2 laps to go.
Back to you, Kelly.
Thank you very much to Catherine and to Alison. We will be back for the conclusion of that race. Meanwhile, the women are about to go in the final of BMX racing with Victoria Pendleton and Conor McNamara.
Oh, what an atmosphere in the BMX arena, ablaze with excitement after France won all 3 medals in the men's event 15 minutes ago, gold, silver and bronze. It has sent the home crowd into delirium. There is one French rider in this women's final, Axel Etienne. She'll be roared on by the crowd here, but from a Team GB point of view, this is all eyes on Beth Shriver, Victoria Pendleton.
She's lined up in position 6. I think this is her favourite position on the track. The riders are just preparing themselves, getting their bikes into the start gate, ready to start.
The standard's so high. The Colombian rider Mariana Payon, a 3-time Olympic medalist, 2 of them golds, has not been fast enough to make the final. There were 8 riders quicker than her, and these are the standards that Beth Shriver is both part of here, but also up against.
It's really raised the standard of women's BMX, and we actually saw Mariana Payon beforehand. She was in tears, I think, unexpected that she wouldn't make the final of a race like this, to make the final of the Olympics. She's actually Beth Shriver's idol growing up, so she looked up towards the Colombian rider for inspiration, but now I think it's the other way round.
Huge roar there for the crowd for Axel Etienne, the French rider. Beth Shriver all smiles at the start line, as she has been in every race that she's been involved in here in Paris. She exudes happiness and confidence. Her 2 big rivals in this final are going to be Australia's Saya Sakibara and also America's Elise Willoughby. And we mentioned before about how you get to choose your starting gate. It's lucky number 6 again. Bethany Shriver is in the position she wants to be. She's not put a foot wrong here at Paris 2024, but the pressure of the qualifiers is one thing, the pressure of the semi-finals. This is a different level altogether. This is the Olympic final. This is where dreams can come true. It's where dreams can be crushed. And Beth Shriver, who's shown us that she is fast enough, but can she do it here where she needs it the most? The start of the BMX women's final. Down the steep ramp and caught in traffic for the moment. Bethany Shriver has work to do. She's second last at the moment. It's not been the lightning quick start that she's produced, and now she's got to fire away at those pedals to try and catch up. Saki Barra of Australia leads. Classens of Switzerland in second. The poor start is costing the British girl here.
I can't believe it. She's trying to fight back, but she's got too much work to do in the final straight. It's going to be Australia, Netherlands,
and Switzerland for bronze. But disappointment for Beth Shriver, who finishes 8th and last in the Olympic final, having done so well in all of her races to get to this big moment. Fortune has not smiled on Bethany Shriver, and her gold medal from Tokyo will not be repeated here in Paris. She looked so relaxed, she looked so comfortable at the start line, but it was so congested in that central area of the pack as they reached the bottom of the ramp, and something has nudged her back and she was just unable to recover.
We could barely see what happened, which was just so unusual. We came down expecting Beth to be at the front, but I wonder whether choosing that central position every single time, everyone around her was very aware what she was going to do. I don't know whether there was plans there to try and inhibit her line a little bit. I don't know. Until we see it in slow motion, it's difficult to say.
This all happens in the blink of an eye. The entire race there was 34 seconds long, and that incident for Beth Shriver right at the very start was just seconds into the race. She is congratulating the medal winners. She is being very sporting there, but this must be pain for Bethany Shriver, whose times in the qualifying rounds to get to this final were as good as we've seen in Paris, but she could not replicate it. It was 36.49 seconds in the end for Bethany Shriver, by far the slowest time that she has produced here at Paris, as we await to see the action replays of that start. But it's the Australian flag that is waving proudly in Paris. Saya Sakibara, a very worthy winner. She has done what Bethany Shriver was hoping to do. She's beaten all of them, and she's won every single race she's been in part of here.
We hadn't seen these two riders race each other until that point. We knew they were both very strong. They both dominated every heat, and it was unknown how they were going to compare to one another. And in this particular opportunity, Sakibara took it on.
Well, Bethany Shriver will remain the golden girl of British BMX, but it has not been her night in Paris, and this is how cruel the Olympics can be. You want to put in your best performance in an Olympic final. Bethany Shriver has not been able to do that tonight, Kelly. She finishes last in the Olympic final.
Victoria, this is a real head-scratcher, given the form that Beth Shriver came into this race, and given the form that she showed even at these Olympic Games. It's hard to work out exactly what's happened.
I know, I feel a bit shell-shocked right now, to be honest. And we haven't been able to see the race again, and it says, as Connor said, it happens so quickly, it's a blink and you miss what's happened. As the riders came down the ramp at the start, they're all out the saddle sprinting, and usually she was clear, and for a split second I thought she was, and then as they came over the first jump, she'd moved to the back. She was obviously squeezed out by some other riders. I really would love to know what exactly went on there. I'm in shock.
We mentioned that she could get to choose which gate she would be in. She chooses 6 of 8, so she's towards one side, but also very much in the middle. And what it means is there's riders on both sides of her. We mentioned the swinging of elbows. There's a lot of jousting, a lot of jostling for position, and whether there's been a nudge, because in every other race she is scorched out of the starting gate, and it didn't happen in this final. And with the celebrations continuing, and great celebrations for the Netherlands who take the silver medal, the Australian fans full of cheer for Saya Sakibara, who is understandably absolutely delighted there. And to be fair to Bethany Shriver, she's been all smiles as well. After the initial disappointment, she's been happy for those who are having the best day of their lives.
Yeah, there's great sportsmanship here. I think that it's fair to say that they're always a close-knit community, these BMXers, and they are very, very humble and very sportsmanly.
I think we're going to get to see a replay here, are we? Yes, we are. So this is our first opportunity. Okay. Down goes the gate. Shriver with a strong start, but she's got the American rider to her left. And as she jumps in the air, there's an elbow connection maybe from the Dutch rider, but very quickly she finds herself swarmed. Yeah. And then suddenly it's a different scenario to every other race she's been involved in. At this stage, she's still up around 5th or 6th, but very quickly finds herself at the rear of the field.
It's almost like it enclosed around her and she had nowhere to go. The riders moved in from the left and from the right, and she was squeezed back and lost momentum for a split second, and that was very, very costly, and she just couldn't find a way to get her out of the mix after that. And if you lead the race and you dictate the race, sorry, cut my words out, you get to choose your line, but when you're inhibited by other riders, you're really forced to make what you can of what you get.
All the races we've seen here, whoever reaches the first turn in the lead always goes on to be the winner. I mean, unless they crash, it's very hard to suddenly put the foot down on the gas and accelerate and catch up. And I think probably from that first turn, Bethany Shriver knew that tonight was not going to be her night. Incredible talent, Kelly, incredible bravery and determination in this extremely dangerous event, but sometimes it's just not your night, and that is what Bethany Shriver has experienced in Paris here.
Well, Connor and Victoria, we got your insight when you were able to see the replay of that race. It gave us a little bit more information. Let's see if we can get more from Beth Shriver herself, who's been talking to Mark Churchill.
Hiya, Beth. How did that go?
Yeah,
Mate, I've loved every single second being here. Sometimes it can't always go to plan, that's just life. I gave my all into this. I'm happy, I'm healthy, I've got my friends and family and that's what that matters.
It really does seem like you're having the best time. Tell us what the atmosphere's like out here.
Mate, it's insane. With the men going 1, 2 and 3, mate, it's never experienced anything like it, insane. Yeah, I've had a great time and yeah, it is what it is.
And what happened during that last race?
I think I was just a little bit late out to start. Every other time it's been all right because, I don't know, I think the other girls got flyers so they shut me down, but yeah, it's all good, so I'm happy.
Well, you're out here enjoying the vibes and I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
A philosophical Beth Shriver after finishing last in the final despite going in fantastic form in the BMX racing final. And the analysis there, almost exactly what Victoria Pendleton was telling us throughout the commentary, just all down really to a poor start at the beginning of that final. Half-time in the football this evening, it's France against Argentina. Maz Farouki's watching.
And it's 1-0 for the host, Kelly, at half-time. Argentina's best chances for an equaliser falling late on in the first half for Ezequiel Fernandez, a shot from distance, and then a header for Giuliano Simeone that inexplicably, and I've watched the replay back several times, somehow he couldn't get on target. So some warning signs for France, but Thierry Henry's team still with the advantage in the last of the men's quarterfinals through that early Jean-Philippe Mateta header. But emotions running high, Nicolas Mendy and Mateta having to be separated in first half stoppage time. This means a lot, but it is still France 1, Argentina 0 at the break in the grudge match.
Maz, thank you very much for that. Let's go back to the Stade de France. The 10,000 metres race is over. So who, Catherine Merry, is the gold medal winner?
Well, the world record holder Joshua Cheptegei of Uganda is now the Olympic champion and the Olympic record holder. The first athletics gold medal here in the Stade de France has gone to Joshua Cheptegei. It was an outstanding men's 10,000 metres. Berihu Alagawi of Ethiopia was 3/10 behind for the silver, and Grant Fisher of the USA was 2/10 behind for bronze, the USA's 4th medal ever in this event. Alison, 3/10 of a second separated the medalists over 10,000 metres.
I know, you go 25 laps. But do you know what? It was shades of Mo Farah, wasn't it? Joshua Cheptegei just kept out the back. He didn't get involved. Kajelcha up front, and it was like a concertina. He was kind of trying to make it quick and then was thinking, well, I'm not going to do all the hard work, so I'll slow back down. Nobody was playing that game. And Cheptegei just emerged with 3 laps to go, just as we used to see Mo Farah do. And it was almost like he'd spoken to Mo before the race and said, look, how do I win this, mate? And he hit the front with 500 metres to go, and he never let go of the rail. And do you know what, though? Grant Fisher, American, what a run from him. I know all the American team are going mental right now. It's just a party atmosphere. First gold on the track here in the Stade, and it's gone to a very worthy winner.
And Catherine, plenty of highlights tomorrow, including the women's 100 metres final.
Yeah, indeed. It was a really good day for Team GB on this first day of action here in Paris. And tomorrow morning, George Mills will come back. He's got a run in the repechage in the 1,500 metres. He didn't qualify automatically, but if he does come back, because he's doing the 5,000 metres here as well, Kelly. So we'll see if George Mills come back in the morning and try and join Kerr and Gawley in those semi-finals. Women's 100 metres semi-finals, Dina Asher-Smith, Imani Lanxico and Daryl Nita, as you say, Kelly, will be trying to negotiate those tough semis for the women's 100 metre final. And we've got the mixed 4x400 metre final as well, with the British team who ran a national record to qualify.
Yeah, a real opportunity of a medal tomorrow. But just back to those 100 semis though, Kath. That second semi, Kelly, has Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, Julian Alfred, who has been looking really, really good through the rounds and all year, and then throw in Sha'Carri Richardson, the world champion. Poor Imani Lansiquo, how she's going to be able to cope with those when there's only 2 by right go through. I mean, that's just absolutely, it's a brutal second semi-final.
Alison and Catherine, see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for now.
À plus, bonsoir.
See you later. Bonsoir. That is it, because I am off to the Stade de France tomorrow, which means no more La Défense Arena, no more magic nights in the pool, no more magic Marchand. That is it. But the swimming team, Karen Pickering, Steve Parry, will still be here and still be keeping a... There's a little fist pump there from Steve Parry. Very excited about the remaining action.
Yeah, no.
Or excited about me leaving.
No, we're not excited about you leaving. But we are excited about seeing more swimming. I mean, Kelly, but we know that you formed a bit of a bond with Léon Marchand this week. Yeah, we think you're a Léon Marchand super fan. And while all that action was going on, you did miss Léon Marchand there on top of the rostrum for the 4th time this week. So we leave you with some clapsticks, some Léon Marchand clapsticks that you can take with you to the stadium.
I don't think you get your time with us.
I don't need 4 of them. I've only got 2 hands. Hold on.
Backup. You
Can
need
you hear
backup.
them banging on the microphone? I'm not
the
sure.
producer as well.
Thank you so much.
I think Léon looked up
quite
here.
What to do with them.
Léon was looking up here with his 4th gold
medal. Did Léon
medal.
send them? Is that what happened? Léon sent them up and he said, that woman reminds me of my mother. Send her up some clappers. That's what it has been a really, really special. I mean, Léon Marchand, not just tonight with the individual medley gold, but that night with the gold in the butterfly and the gold in the breaststroke. I mean, Karen, you said it's the greatest night of swimming that you've seen.
I know, it was just unbelievable from start to finish. Of course, what Léon Marchand did was just utterly incredible, but then with Katie Ledecky winning the 1500 metres for her 8th gold medal, with Sarah Sjostrom winning the Olympic title 15 years after becoming a world champion, Pan Zhanlei breaking the world record. It literally was the greatest night of swimming I have ever seen, and you were lucky enough to witness it live as well. It's been magic.
Quite struck tonight, Kelly, and you picked up on it after the win by Léon Marchand to make it the 4th gold, and and it got all 4 golds, 4 out of 4. That sort of head in hands and pressure lifting off his shoulders. I mean, he hasn't really shown signs of suffering under the pressure at all, but just that little moment just told you, carrying the hopes of a nation, as we know, for any athlete in any sport is an incredibly difficult thing to do. And then everyone wanted a piece of him tonight. So after the medal ceremony, when they do their little lap of honour, there were so many selfies and high fives, and they adore him, and he has entertained them royally and performed superbly. That is a very, very special games we've seen from Léon Marchand.
And you said, Steve, that this was going to be make or break tonight for Great Britain. They come away from it with 2 silvers, and this could end up being a really good meet for Team GB in the pool. Thank you very much to all of you. I will be speaking to you over the coming week, and I'm just glad that Léon Marchand hasn't taken out any kind of injunction, because I need to stay in Paris till the end of these Olympic Games. Coming up on 5 Live, we'll bring you second half commentary of Warrington against Hull KR in the Super League. The halftime score was Warrington 0, Hull KR 10. We'll be with Matt Newsom and Salford Red Devils head coach Paul Rowley as well after the news with Richard Foster.